Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Miss Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Miss Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question or answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 21PRO00090, Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. Could we have the parties in the case, can you elevate their rights, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. One moment. Sedone Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Elwin Ferris, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Joan Sterling. And I do not see Suchan Radi.
So Ms. Sterling or Ms. Roddy, can you please identify yourself in the chat? Please identify, if you're online, please identify yourself so that your rights can be elevated. So if you're either online or calling, please make some notation so we'll know who you are, please.
Sochun had to leave.
All right. Let me ask you, Miss Johannes, I'm sorry, is Mr. Ferris there?
Yes, Chairman Anderson, I am here representing SDCA. That's why Ms. Sterling is not present. I'm representing SDCA.
Okay, so she's part of S. So what about, so is Sohan Radu, is that a separate protest group?
I believe that Sushan Radi is part of the resident protest group, and I believe that Ms. Joyce Cohen should be online representing that group.
I'm sorry, who's that? Miss who?
I believe it's Joyce Cohen.
All right, I don't have that name, so, all right, I see there's a Joyce Cohen and I see there's a Nicole Christoph. I don't know who those folks are, so are those folks here for Aslan Beer Company?
Yes, Chairman Anderson, if you're addressing me, yes, they are part of the resident group that is protesting the license along with Sushan Radhi and many other residents.
All right,
Who should be here at the meeting.
no, I'm just trying to find some clarification. Who is here? All right, let me call the case. And then I'll see where we are. Okay, good morning, everyone. So again, let me have the representative of the licensee, please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the applicant, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Is the applicant going to join us this morning?
No, they're not.
All right. So let's have the Mr. Ferris, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation, please?
Yes, my name is Elwyn Ferris, ELWYN FERRIS, and I am representing the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance.
Is there anyone else from the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance with you, sir?
No, it's just me representing the organization.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferris. All right, so there's another protestant group, which is, I guess, the neighbors. Who is representing the neighbors? Can you please, who's there, please?
This is Joyce Cowan. I don't know if my mic is facilitated.
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay,
And who are you?
Joyce, Joyce, Cowan, COWAN. And there are 3 designated representatives that can speak for the group of protestants of impacted neighbors. Myself, Nikki Christoph, who can also spell her name, and Sushan Radhi. Mr. Radhi was on at 10 o'clock, but had to leave just before you convened.
All right, Nicole Christoph, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hey, good morning. Nicole, Nicole. My last name is Christoph, CHRISTOFF, like Frank.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cohen, I'm not quite sure why Mr. Radhi was logged on at 10 o'clock because our hearing starts at 10:30. I just want a record to reflect that our hearing started at 10:30 and we did start at 10:45 today. But just so we were not supposed to start at 10 o'clock, we were supposed to start at 10:30 and we just started 15 minutes early this morning. Okay. All right. All right. Are you saying something, Mr. Ferris?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thanks. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, Ms. Ioannis?
None for the applicant.
Mr. Ferris, any preliminary matters?
No preliminary matters for STCA.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cohen, any preliminary matters as far as the neighbors are concerned?
No.
All right. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on February 9th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right? All right. Hold on 1 minute, please. Okay, so now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the COVID-19 restrictions have changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually. So it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from Abra legal assistant, Ms. Imani Moreland, that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to Abra Legal and to the opposing parties. Please note that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. Are there any questions?
No questions.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Cohen.
Is in filing the exhibits in advance of the hearing, can the board take notice of certain factual historical issues? For example, an earlier ruling of the Abra board on the same location without us having a witness to introduce that fact?
The board can take administrative notice of its records. So if the board, you can just refer to previous board decisions on this case, and we'll take administrative notice of our decisions.
Okay, and I assume you mean on the witnesses, 5 live witnesses, we could have affidavits and other issues filed?
Well, I think that's a matter of Ms. Johannes, whether or not she will object to having affidavits, because she cannot cross-examine an affidavit. So I think that might be problematic, but that's something that you can discuss with Ms. Johannes if she's willing to do that. But just generally, if you put an affidavit in, if she might object by stating that I cannot cross-examine a piece of paper. So, but that is something that the parties can discuss prior to the hearing, and they can discuss whether or not that would be agreeable to them.
Okay, are the COVID rules, I mean, the one and only protest hearing that I've been involved in was much longer than 1 hour, much longer, and many more witnesses. And this is a complex case. So are the COVID rules and how we get all the main facts out with the 5 witness limit and a 1 hour limit, are those laid out somewhere that I can have access to read, to review?
No, ma'am. I am reviewing. There's nothing in our rules and regulations specifically. I'm sorry. It's not in our statutes. These provisions. These are the internal rules that the board has established to address the COVID issues. However, we have been doing this hearing for these virtual hearings for the last 2 years, unfortunately. And we have not had any problem. We have not had any issues with folks not having enough time.
Okay.
If you believe that you need more witnesses, and if you need more, the parties can discuss that.
Okay.
However, in the over 2 years we have been doing these hearings during COVID under these rules, they have worked, and no party has disagreed to this juncture that they felt that they have not been heard, that they did not have enough time or witnesses to present their case.
That's great. That's great. And we are attempting, I know you don't like to hear about substantive issues at this stage.
But this is what I say. I don't want to hear about the substance, but what I want to hear is that you're talking to settle this matter. Go ahead.
Well, to that point, we've not only been trying to talk and trying to, I think we all know that distilling things to writing, has a tendency to focus the issues. And we have been trying hard, as we discussed at mediation, to get the applicant to react in writing to the core issues. And even though it was stated in our our mediation, and we've also had communication from the lawyer, Ms. Johannes, that we would get reactions to our stated issues. We've not received that. So anything which is a real hindrance for narrowing the issues. So anything that the board could do to urge the applicant to engage in the back and forth would be super helpful. And because we don't want to request a continuance, we'd really like to have this resolved. But we need some reaction from the applicant.
I thank you for the representation, Ms. Cohen. And Ms. Yohannes, I'm not taking to say that you're not being responsive. My only response to this, as you are aware, the board supports settlement. The board supports the parties talking. The board supports the neighbors making decisions about their neighborhood.
Thank you.
Because the board believes that if the neighbors, the civic association, the ANC, if they all talk and make a decision, come to an agreement, then at least at the end of the day, all the parties will be happy. When the board makes a decision, one side is going to be happy, and the other side is going to be unhappy. So the board supports settlements, and so whatever you can do, if the parties, of course, cannot settle this matter, then we'll make a decision. But the board supports conversations, fruitful conversations between the parties to see if this matter can be settled short of a hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant fully understands and is making every effort to communicate. That is all that I will say on that.
And
Thank
as
you.
I said,
Thank
and I
you.
said, Mr. Honest, I did not take it as you not
Right.
responsive. I am just stating what the board's position is, that the board supports conversations amongst the parties to try to reach settlement. If the matter cannot be settled, of course, the board will make a decision. So, all right.
Good.
Any other preliminary matters that any other side wishes to bring to our attention?
None for the applicant.
All right, so we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If at any time you have any questions leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942 or contact her by email. Again, the board supports the conversations amongst the parties to see if they can settle this matter. If this matter cannot be settled, then we'll see you on February 9th at 1:30 for a hearing. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks. All right. All right, our next case, it's protest here in case number 21 PRO 00083, Martha's Market, license number 116862. This case has been canceled. The parties have submitted a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00082, Fairfax Liquor, license number 78013. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
One moment. Kevin Lee,
Thank you.
your rights have been elevated. And Tiffany Brown, I'm unable to elevate you, but I'm unmuting you. That is all,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. I just want to. Is Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown, are you? Could the parties please identify themselves for the record? Let's start with the licensee. Mr. Lee, you're on mute. I cannot hear you, sir. I still cannot hear you. No, I cannot hear you, Mr. Lee. Say something, Mr. Lee. I still cannot hear you. Ms. Fossman, did you unmute him, or is it that he's having technical issues?
He's unmuted.
Okay. No, Mr. Lee. Why don't you sign off, Mr. Lee, and come back on, please? Ms. Brown, I believe you can you put your microphone on mute, please?
Kevin Lee, I elevated your rights, and Tiffany Brown, I'm unmuting you.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Lee. Good afternoon. Yes, sir.
Happy New Year.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah. My name is Kyung-Hwan Lee, Kyunghwan, last name Lee. I represent for Fairfax Liquors.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Is your client going to be online today?
No, he's not here. He had a surgery. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brown, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Tiffany L. Brown, Tiffany, middle initial L, last name Brown, Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. All right. I just want to state for the record that this matter has been protested by ANC 7B. Prior to joining the board, or soon after joining the board, I was an ANC representative, and I actually represent ANC 7B06, where Fairfax Liquor is a licensed establishment in the ANC that I represented. But however, Ms. Brown is the chair of the ANC, and I know Ms. Brown. However, although this establishment was in the single member district that I represented, and that was over 4 years ago, I do not believe I did not have, at first, as the ANC representative, I did not file a protest. And 4 years later, I do not believe that because this establishment was in the ANC that I represent, the single member district that I represent, that this will anyway influence my decision. I believe that I'm able to make a decision without any bias and being impartial to the parties. I just want to place that on the record.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Short.
I'd also like to acknowledge that I live in that ANC, District 7B, and that it will have no bearing on my decision-making involved in this case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Short, for that representation. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yeah, I believe we are almost finalizing the status of a settlement agreement. So that's what I believe, and we just talked yesterday, and I'll just wait for finalize the settlement agreement to be signed.
Thank you, Mr.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown. I don't, based on what I'm hearing from the parties, it's not apparent that we're gonna have a hearing. However, as I stated before, this matter, if we go to a hearing, we'll have a hearing on February 16th of 2022. If either party have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Ms. Imani Moreland. Her phone number is 202-442-6942. And as I have stated previously, the board supports settlement agreement. If the parties are able to agree to a settlement agreement, because this is the neighborhood that the applicant and the ANC resides in, and so we would support that. So if there are no other issues, I look forward to seeing the settlement agreement that the board will review for consideration. And good luck in your continued communication. Any comments before I bring this to closure?
We don't have.
None.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lee, and thank you, Ms. Brown. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00077, Suburban Liquors, license number 117766. This case is canceled. The party submitted a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00081, Dick's Market, license number 116408. Ms. Fosron, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
One moment, Mr. Chair. We have an interpreter on the line. That's Lydia Bellad. Your rights are elevated.
Good morning, this is Lydia, the Spanish interpreter.
Hold on a minute, please, ma'am. If you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please, ma'am?
Alexis Larios, your rights have been elevated.
Alexis Larios, sus derechos se le han elevado, otorgado.
Janica Jordan, your rights have been elevated.
Jenica Jordan, también se le han otorgado sus derechos.
Investigator Felicia Dantzler, your rights have been elevated.
Así como a la investigadora Felicia también se le han otorgado sus derechos.
That is all, Chairperson.
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Hold on. This is Dick's Liquor, is that correct?
It is not. I made a mistake. My apologies.
All right, so
That
this
was
is
Villa
Dick's.
Toscana. Let me de-escalate everyone.
Yeah, so I apologize. We're not ready for this case as yet. So the case we're calling is Dick's Liquor, which is another protest hearing status. And your case will be next. Okay, so I apologize for the inconvenience. All right.
I apologize, everyone.
All right, so Dick's Liquor. So Dick's, please elevate the rights for Dick's Market, please.
Chrissy Chang, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Adenech Jebrameskel.
I believe Ms. Chang is probably the designated representative for that person.
Mary Gaffney, your rights have been elevated. And Antoine Holmes, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee or the licensee's representative.
Hi, Happy New Year. My name is Chrissy Cheng, CHRISSIE, and a renewal applicant, Ezra S. Inc. Mr. David Gurgogis, he is here. He is right here.
All
Hello?
right, I'm sorry. So Ms. Chang, who is it that you represent? You're the representative for,
Yes,
for,
the renewal applicant, the business owner of this market, Isra X L, Isra S Inc. Sorry.
all right, so
And,
is it, who's,
Miss Faseka.
hold on a minute,
Hello?
Ms. Chang.
The guy that lives on the
Paseka?
1300 block, that's Mary Ann's friend
Yes.
that has a dog.
I'm sorry, who's
It's a
that
dog thing.
speaking? I'm sorry, the only person who should be speaking is Ms. Chang. I heard someone talking about the dog in the background. I'm gonna ask that if I've not called on you, I need everyone to mute their microphone, please. The only person's microphone who should be unmuted currently is Ms. Chang. All right, so let's start again, Ms. Chang.
Okay,
Who is the representative?
yes, the renewal applicant, Faseka, are you there?
All right, so
Hello?
who's the person? All right, Ms. Chang, so is Mr. Faseka or Ms. Faseka, is that person supposed to be on the
Yes.
line? Ms. Fossman, do you see
Yes, Miss Faseka and Miss Dar, yes.
Miss, who is the other person?
Mr. Georgis and Miss Faseka. They are owners of this market.
Are they on the line?
Yes,
All right, can they identify themselves because we have not,
Okay. Sir,
yes, ma'am.
okay, my client is calling me right now and she said she is having trouble to unmute herself. Could you please?
So what's her name? What is her name? What is her name?
Here, my name is David.
Hello?
Dixon Market.
Hold on, David. Is that the person who needs to be unmuted, Ms. Chang?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, fine. So can you please, the person David, I'm sorry, can you please
Yes,
spell and
please.
state your name? Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, please?
Okay, my name is David.
My name is Chrissy Chang.
No, hold on, but not you, Ms. Chang. I'm talking about, you have already identified. I'm talking about David. Go ahead, David, go ahead.
Okay, my name is David. DAWIT. Last name GGIORGS.
And who are you, sir?
I'm owner.
You're the owner of Dick's Market?
Yes.
Who else is, all right, who is the other person, Ms. Chang, who we're looking for?
Sure. Miss Faseka is the wife of Mr. David Georgis, the owner of Dick's Market.
All right, so
They
is-
are,
hold on.
operating the business.
Fine, is Ms. Faseka, is she on the line? Is she trying to be on the line?
Yes, but I'm having an issue. I can't connect.
I can hear you, so can you please spell and state your name for the record then, ma'am?
My name is Faseka Shukar, Faseka. Last name Sheferaw.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, please?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, what's your relationship to the establishment?
I'm the wife of the owner.
All right, so you're also an owner of the establishment? All right,
Yes, sir.
fine. Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Gaffney, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Mary Gaffney, can you please
Can you
spell and
speak it
state
to me? I'm sorry. I'm having.
can you please spell and state the name, your name for the record, please?
Mary Gaffney, Mary.
Faseka.
Hold on. The only person who needs to be speaking right now is Mary Gaffney. All right, go ahead, Ms. Gaffney.
Okay, I'm gonna respond. My name
Who
is
is speaking?
Fasika, F-A-S-E-K-A.
Hold on,
Last
hold
name
on.
Schiffer,
Hold on.
Okay,
S-H.
Fasika, not Chris.
Hold
not you.
on. Hold on. Hold on.
Sorry, she
All right.
misunderstood. Okay, please go ahead, Miss Mary Gaffney.
All right, hold on, hold on. Who is Miss Chang? Who is that person? Who is that? The name? Who is that person?
I'm I am on behalf of.
Miss Chang. Who was the
my
person who was trying to speak? Miss.
Okay, my name. So, Chairman, are you asking my name?
No, Miss Chang. Miss Chang. Hold on, Miss Gaffney. Miss Chang. While Miss
Yes.
Gaffney was trying to speak, someone else was trying to speak. Who is that person?
Miss Faseka, she understood. Sorry,
All right.
she's not.
Who is-
Yeah.
Who is Miss Faseka? Who is Miss Faseka?
Who is Miss Faseka is the wife of the owner of Big's Market.
All right. So she doesn't need to speak
Miss
anymore.
Faseka is the wife of.
Fine.
Okay.
Miss Faseka does not need to
Okay.
speak anymore until I ask a question. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Miss Gaffney. I apologize. Miss Gaffney, please spell and state your name and your relationship, please.
All right. Mary, my name is Mary, M-A-R-Y, initial L, Gaffney, G-A-F-F-N-E-Y. I am the commissioner for the area that the liquor store is in.
All right. You're ANC Commissioner. I saw that Mr. Holmes was on the line. Mr. Holmes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Antoine Holmes, ANC 7, Chair of ANC 7C.
Are there anyone else online who needs to identify themselves for the record? So this renewal is being protested by the ANC alone, is that correct?
I believe it was, I believe the Northeast Boundary Civic Association also had party status for this case.
So who represents the Northeast Boundary Civic Association?
That can also be represented by Commissioner Gaffney. She's also the president of the Northeast Boundary Civic Association.
All right. Mr. Holmes, I appreciate that, but I don't expect you to say that. If Ms. Gaffney is representing the Northeast Boundary Civic Association, then Ms. Gaffney needs to put that on the record. Ms. Gaffney said that she's a single member district ANC representative. So who is Ms. Gaffney representing at this hearing?
Ms. Gaffney is representing the Northeast Boundary Civic Association.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaffney. We have everything. This hearing has been transcribed. One of the reasons, that's why I asked everyone to state their name and their relationship. And Ms. Gaffney, if Mr. Holmes did not make that clarification to the record, I was going to make a motion to dismiss the Northeast Boundary Civic Association because they did not show up at this hearing, ma'am. So that's why it's important when I ask everyone to state your name and your affiliation to this case. Is that correct? Everyone understands?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. All right. All right. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on February 16th at 1:30 p.m. Are there any preliminary, Ms. Chang, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, I would like to inform you all that we are in a negotiation for a settlement agreement, and the protesters and we do hope that in very soon, in the very deep future, the settlement agreement can be signed. We are in negotiation.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. And Ms. Gaffney, on behalf of the Northeast Boundary Civic Association, any questions, any preliminary issues you want to bring to the attention of the agency?
No more than She said we in the negotiation, but we were supposed to have this done before now, you know. And they were supposed to come back with 1 week, and we have not heard from them until today.
Well, I would hope that the parties are, before, let me say something. Mr. Holmes, any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention?
Not at this time.
All right. If the parties, the board supports settlement agreements, if the parties are able to settle this matter. So the board will just let all parties know that if you intend to settle this matter, speak. And so you can bring agreement if the parties are able to settle this matter. Okay? So I just want to bring that. So if you need an additional mediation from the agency will work with doing that. If you're able to do it informally, that's up to you. Let us know. We will help to facilitate whatever the agency can do to facilitate the process. We will do that. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank
you. All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the COVID-19 restrictions have changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal Assistant Marley Moreland that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. Any questions or concerns by anyone? All right, hearing none.
No, sir.
We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If at any time you have any questions leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Moreland at 202-442-6942 or contact her by email. Again, the board supports settlement. If the parties are able to settle this matter, we do support that that conversations are held. And if there's anything the agency can do, you can contact Ms. Moreland to assist you. If you need to have another mediation, you can contact Ms. Moreland to ask her to help facilitate another mediation session if that's required. But whatever this agency can do to assist the parties, if the parties really want to settle this matter, we will do that. If not, we'll see you for a hearing on February 16th at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you everyone for your presentation, for your appearance this morning. Happy New Year and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is Villa Toscana, license number 21-251-00004, license number 100312. Now, this is a show cause hearing, so Miss Poshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I will elevate the rights again. Lydia Ballard, I'm escalating you.
Okay, I'm here.
Alex Larios. I'm escalating you. Janika Jordan, your rights have been elevated. Felicia Dancer, your rights have been elevated. Mark Brashears, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. The translator again, what's your name again, ma'am?
Lydia Bellot.
Miss Baird, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Lidia, Lydia. B as in boy, Ellod, Bellot.
This is Miss Billard. Billard, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret these proceedings in this matter from English into Spanish, if Spanish is language, and from Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Who is the licensee in this case? Who's the licensee? Who is Miss Billard translating for? Can you please, ma'am, can you please ask if the licensee is here? I don't know who the licensee.
Sí, ¿quién es el titular de la licencia?
This is Alex Lahar, Larios. That's the person. Can they? I don't know why they are. I see that they're on the line. I don't know if they are, and their rights have been elevated. So, ma'am, can you please, this Alex Larios, can you please find out what is going on with them, ma'am, and ask them if they have some problems. We'll assist them.
Sí, Alex Lejar, no sé si usted tiene algún problema, necesita que le asistamos con alguna cosa.
Miss Fosnum, is Alex Lehars, as that person's I see, do you know if their line has been unmuted?
I'll unmute them now.
All right, thanks.
Alex Larios, your line is unmuted.
Alex Larios, ¿ya tiene el micrófono prendido?
Good morning, Alex Larios here.
All right, is that Alex speaking?
Yes,
¿Es Alex el que está hablando?
yes, that's me.
Are you the person who's asking for, who do we have a translator for?
Sorry, the interpreter for Floyd Ramos.
For whom?
Floyd.
Who is that? Is that for a witness?
Yes.
All right, do you have a camera, sir, that we can see you? If you don't, that's fine.
La cámara que pone. The attending video is disabled in this meeting.
Oh, that's fine. I know I can hear you. All right, so do you need an interpreter, sir?
I do not.
So you do not need an interpreter. So it's one of your witnesses who you're calling who needs the interpreter. Is that correct?
I'd like to get this camera on.
I can't, sir. I can't. Your connection is poor, so I'm not really hearing you. Are you? That's one of the things is that I prefer to see you because I can't really hear what you're saying because you have a poor connection.
I had to say the attendee video is disabled in this meeting.
All right. Let me, Miss Fossman, are you able to? I'm not sure if you've enabled his camera. Are you? Can you check on that for me, please, ma'am?
He doesn't seem to have a camera feature. It looks like he's on his cell phone.
Yes, but it should work. I did this before on the same phone. saying that it's disabled. Maybe if I try to get it out and come back in.
I would ask you to do that, sir, because you're speaking like you're underwater. So you're not clear in speaking. So you have a poor connection. So why don't you log off and log back in, and we'll elevate your rights and see what happens, sir.
All right, give me 1 second.
You're still logged on, Mr. Lars. So why don't you log off and log back on, sir?
I just did the.
Sir, you never logged off because you're always been on my screen. So I need you to completely log out and come back on, sir. If you're logged off, I should not see your name on my screen. So you're not logged off. So disconnect the connection and log back on, sir, and then Ms. Fossman will elevate your rights when you come back. I'm not sure. Mr. Lars, you have never logged off, sir. When you're logged off the screen, I will not see your name. Okay. So you need to, now you're logged in twice. Because I told you you never logged off the first time.
Yeah, that's my witness. Maybe she's using, that's the phone she's using. I logged off, I tried to log back in, but with my camera, I tried to.
Sir, your name is on my screen twice. Okay? So
The other line.
okay, so that's probably why I can't hear you. So he needs to unmute his microphone then. Because that's why I'm having problems. Are you in the same location?
Yes.
All right, so that other person needs to mute their microphone because there's a feedback. That's why I can't hear you.
Give me 1 second.
Chairperson, I handled it. So I muted his other one and now he's muted on the other one.
All right, thank you.
But on my camera still, I can't see it. But
all right, I can hear you then, sir. As you're clear, I can hear you. I don't know what's going on with the camera, but I can clearly hear you. Okay. All right. And now we know what the problem is. Okay. Now I need everyone to identify themselves for the record, and I will start with Ms. Jordan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Janica Jordan on behalf of the district. I also wanted to note as we begin that Mr. Alex Larios is the ABC manager of the establishment, and the translator was requested for Mr. Jose Larios, the owner of the establishment, who I don't see on the line.
All right, so is the owner, thank you for Ms. Jordan. So who is the owner? Is the owner here today?
no, he's not here today. He had a medical procedure getting done this morning.
But Mr. Lars, has the owner given you in writing permission to move forward with his hearing to represent him?
Yes, I think I sent an email.
You sent an email to whom?
To Ms. Janica Jordan. And I told her me and Flor Ramos, who's a witness, going to be present today.
Did you receive that email, Ms. Jordan?
I received an email representing that Alex Larios and Flor Ramos would be witnesses. I wasn't aware that that meant the owner would not be present.
And when did you receive this email?
I received that email on Saturday.
So have you had any conversation, Ms. Jordan, with the actual owner?
I have spoken to Mr. Jose Larios on the phone and through email.
And no, I'm talking about the owner, not Mr.
Yes.
I'm talking about the owner. I'm
Yeah.
So have you spoken to the owner of this establishment?
I have, yes. I apologize for the confusion. I'll make sure to use their first and last names since the last name is the same.
That's the same. All right, so you have had conversations with the owner regarding this hearing today, is that correct?
Yes,
And the owner is aware that the hearing is scheduled today, based on your conversation with them?
he is, yes.
And did you receive a disclosure from the owner to state that they're moving forward with the hearing and and who the documents and witnesses are?
I received an email on Saturday that stated Alex Larios and Flor Ramos would be witnesses. I responded on Monday and asked if there were documents, and he stated there would be no documents.
And who was the email from?
The email was not signed, but it was from the establishment's email, which has been Jose Larios in the past.
So you receive an email. Is this the same email in your cars? All right, and I'm just trying to clarify for the record so I can know. All right, so you have had email correspondence with the establishment. Is this correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Is this the same? Is this the email that came to you on Saturday that disclosed the witnesses? Is this the same email correspondence that you have had? Is this the same email address that you have had in dealing with the ownership of the establishment?
It is, yes.
And Mr. Alex Larios, he is an ABC manager of the establishment?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm asking you, Miss Jordan.
I apologize. Yes, Alex Larios is an ABC manager at the establishment.
Ms. Jordan, do you feel comfortable moving forward with this hearing today, although the owner is not there, is not on this hearing today? I mean, although, yeah, and that's the question I'm having, because since the owner is not here, I've heard that, that Mr. Larios is an ABC manager. You have stated you have had conversations with the owner. We do have a translator for the owner, so the owner is aware that we're having this hearing today, and the representation that's been made by Mr. Alex Larios is that he had surgery, and so therefore they're moving forward without him. But I'm just trying to make sure that we're on good legal ground in moving forward with this hearing, although the owner is not here.
I'm prepared to move forward. I am a little concerned that we don't have a designation from the owner that Alex Larios is his representative in this matter.
All right. Mr. Alex Larios, who is the owner of this establishment, sir?
Jose Larios.
And are you related to Jose Larios?
Yes, that's my father.
So Mr. Larios is your father?
Yes. If I could ask, maybe we could elevate the other camera. I'll switch phones so I could have a camera so you guys could see me.
All right. Elevate what is it you're asking? You're asking us to elevate what, sir?
The other camera, the one that was muted.
Well, we just mute the voice, but Ms. Fossman, are you able to allow the other connection for Mr. Lara with a camera?
Yeah, unfortunately, both don't have a camera feature.
So I'm not sure what the
Started video.
all right. Okay, yes, I can see you, sir. All right. So, all right, just Mr. Lara. I want you to raise your right hand, sir. Mr. Alex Lara. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Mr. Lara. I can't hear you, sir.
This phone is muted.
It's not muted. I can hear all right. All right. What's your relationship? What's your relationship?
Sorry. Where the camera is at is muted. This
I
other
can
phone
hear
is the
you
one
now,
that
sir.
wouldn't.
I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, but this phone is the one which Flor Ramos is using. She's a witness. The other phone is where the camera's working is muted. If you guys could unmute that, that'll be great.
No, but let me ask you a question. Where is the phone? Where can you put the phone next to each other? I can see you perfectly in the other one, right?
Yeah.
You're fine. You're fine.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, I can hear you. Just stay right where you are, sir. All right.
All right. Great.
What is the name of your father, sir? What's your father's? Well, I'm sorry. Who is the owner of this establishment, sir?
Jose Larios.
What is your relationship to Jose Larios?
He's my father.
And is it also correct that you are the ABC manager for this establishment, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. I feel comfortable moving forward, Mr. I'm sorry. You're Jose Lara, right? And your father, what's your father's name? I'm sorry, sir.
My name is Alex Larios. My father's name is Jose Larios.
All right. Alex Laras is the ABC manager, and he is the son of Jose Laras. And Mr. Alex Laras, why again is Jose Laras not here today, sir?
He had a medical procedure this morning at Kaiser.
And it's also correct that an email was sent to Ms. Jordan on Saturday stating who the witnesses were going to be for this morning. Who is it that the witnesses were supposed to be today?
Yes, Jose. He told me he told me Saturday morning send an email out and let him know that Lord Ramos he also attended.
All right. Your phone is unmuted, so we need the other line. The person should mute the other line, sir. Okay, both lines are now unmuted. Okay, so
I'll get her to do that now.
Yeah, so you just tell the other person to mute the phone. Okay, so they can just mute their phone. Yes, the other line, just mute the phone. Mr. All you have to do, just hit the mute button on your phone on one of the lines.
I did. It's not working for some reason.
It's not that difficult to mute a phone. You just press the mute button.
There you go. I did.
Okay, fine. I can see you and hear you clearly because your line is the only line that's muted. Now, when the other person is going to speak, then that person will end. All right. Now, who requires a translator?
Flor Ramos, that's the other witness.
All right. So when the witness is called, then that's when the translator will does he need to hear it? Do we need to translate?
No, it's fine.
We just translate for him when he's about to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, for her, yes.
All right, fine. All right. Now that we're going to move forward with the hearing based on the representation of the parties, that based on the representation was made. Alex Lars is the son of Jose Lars, and Alex Lars is ABC manager for Villa Toscana. Mr. Alex Lars had sent an email to Ms. Jordan this weekend disclosing witnesses for this hearing.
That was Jose Larios, sorry.
I'm sorry, sir?
It was Jose Larios who sent the email.
Jose Lars sent an email to Ms. Jordan this weekend on Saturday stating who the witnesses who were going to be for this hearing. And is your name Mr. Jose Lars? Were you one of the witnesses on the list?
No. Jose Larios is the owner. He's my father. I'm Alex Lars.
I'm sorry, Alex Lars. I'm sorry. Mr. Alex Lars, were you one of the witnesses on the paper?
Yes.
All right. So based on I'm comfortable moving forward that Mr. Jose Lars has given permission for his son Alex Lars, who's also the ABC manager for this establishment, to represent him at this hearing. Okay? All right. Now that we have gotten that straight, let's now go to the hearing. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the agency, Ms. Jordan?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
And Mr. Alex Lars, outside of the fact that your father had a medical emergency this morning, so he can't be here, there are no other preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the agency, sir?
No, sir.
All right. The way this hearing will happen this morning is that each side will have, the government has the burden. The government will go first. The government will make an opening statement. Once the government makes an opening statement, Mr. Lars, you can make an opening statement at this juncture. An opening statement is basically, you just set the stage of what this case is about. But you don't have to do that. You can wait for the government to present its whole case. And once the government presents its case, prior to you presenting your case, you can do an opening statement and then you can call witnesses, sir. The government will call its witness. The witness will be testified. The government will have direct testimony of its witness. Then you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. So whatever they state, the witnesses that the government called, you can cross-examine, ask them questions based on the testimony that they gave. And the board might ask questions and both parties might have other opportunities to ask questions. Are there any questions by anyone before we start?
No, Chairperson.
All right. Ms. Jordan, do you wish to make an opening statement, please?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, board members. We're here today in the show cause matter of Elegana Tech Mex Rest LLC, trade name Villa Toscana, located at 1723 Columbia Road Northwest, for case number 21-251-00004. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charge that the licensee failed to allow ABRA investigators and Metropolitan Police Department officers to enter and inspect the licensed premises without delay, in violation of DC Code 25823A5. The evidence will show that the licensee failed to allow ABRA investigators to inspect the premises without delay because they did not want the investigators to come inside the establishment. On Sunday, March 7th, 2021, at approximately 1:25 a.m., Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration investigator Donnell Butler, supervisory investigator Brashears, and lead investigator Dantzler arrived at Villa Toscana to investigate a complaint that the establishment was operating after hours with loud music and live entertainment. They observed that the windows were tinted, the lights appeared to be off, and there was no sound emanating from inside. You will hear from Supervisory Investigator Brashears that he approached the door and shined his flashlight inside and saw ABC manager Alex Larios and could hear him saying, "Let's go, let's go." Alex Larios then stepped outside. You'll hear from both investigators that after they advised Mr. Larios of the complaint, he stated the establishment was closed. And when Supervisory Investigator Brashears asked if the investigators could look inside the establishment, Mr. Larios stood in front of the gate, blocking their entry, and repeated the establishment was closed. Throughout these interactions, Investigator Brashears and Investigator Dantzler noted he appeared to be stalling. The evidence will also show that while Mr. Larios blocked the investigators' entry into the establishment, 3 unidentified men came down the alley next to the establishment carrying duffel bags and walked past the front. Mr. Larios then allowed the investigators to enter, but refused to turn on the lights or allow the investigators to conduct a walkthrough. It was only after lead investigator Dantzler contacted MPD for assistance and several officers arrived that ABRA investigators could conduct the walkthrough they had requested. The owner of the establishment was found in the kitchen, which had a door that provided access to the alley behind the establishment. The investigators observed the remnants of a party, including a birthday cake, a box of chocolate strawberries, unopened presents, empty alcohol bottles, a bar that was set up with glasses and a bottle opener, 4 women's purses at various tables, and a number of women's shoes behind the bar. There was 1 man in addition to the ABC manager and owner, but there were no other women in the establishment at the time of the walkthrough. Through the testimony of Investigator Dantzler and Investigator Brashears, the district will clearly show that the licensee stalled and delayed investigators from entering the establishment, then attempted to prevent them from doing a walkthrough once they were inside. Thank you.
Mr. Lars, do you wish to make an opening statement, or will you defer until you present your case, sir?
I'll defer.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jordan, do you have a witness?
The district would like to call lead investigator Felicia Dantzler.
Ms. Dantzler, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Your witness, Ms. Jordan.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name for our record?
Felicia Dantzler, Frank E-L-I-C-A, D like David, A-N-T like time, Z like zebra, L-E.
Where are you currently employed?
With the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Lead investigator.
How long have you been a lead investigator?
Approximately 3 years.
And how long have you been at ABRA?
About 30 days shy of 15 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as lead investigator?
I enforce the alcohol regulations and conduct regulatory inspections of ABC establishments.
Are you familiar with Villa Toscana?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
Previous regulatory actions at the establishment, most recent visit.
Can you describe the, oh, excuse me.
March of 2020 visited and due to a.
Ms. Dantzler, can you please speak up? I'm having trouble hearing you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
That's better. Go ahead.
And can you describe what happened on Sunday, March 7th, 2021?
Yes. At approximately 1:15 a.m., Supervisory Investigator Mark Brashears instructed me to visit Villa Toscana in reference to an after-hours complaint violation and female performances at the establishment.
What happened when you arrived at the establishment?
Approximately 10 minutes later, 25 a.m., March the 7th, 2021, Donnell Butler, another investigator, S.I. Brashears, and myself arrived at the establishment.
Excuse me, this is Ms. Crockett. I don't mean to interject, but Ms. Sansler, we're having a lot of trouble hearing you. It's as if you're really far away from your microphone or something. You're at a whisper.
Okay, can I get a brief indulgence? Let me put the headset on. Perhaps that would be a better.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Testing. That's
That's
so
much
much better.
better.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, Investigator Dantzler. So I'll go ahead and take you back to where we were. So you had just arrived at Villa Toscana, and can you describe for us what happened when you arrived?
Yes. So when we arrived at the establishment, I did not see any patrons outside. There was almost no foot traffic in the area, and the front of the establishment appeared to be closed. It was from the position I was standing, it looked dark within the establishment.
And what happened next?
So S.I. Brashears had exited his vehicle as well as Investigator Butler, and we were standing on the sidewalk side of the gate. Shortly thereafter, S.I. Brashears shined his flashlight at the entrance door, and a male appeared in view at that time.
And what happened after the male appeared?
The male came outside from within the establishment and met the investigators at the gate. S.I. Brashears explained to the male, who was later identified as Alex Larios, as the ABC manager. S.I. Brashears explained to Mr. Larios who we were and the reason why we were there.
And what was the reason why you were there?
He advised Mr. Larios that we got a complaint that the establishment was operating after hours, as well as there was loud noises coming from the establishment.
And what did you ask Mr. Larios because of the complaint?
S.I. Brashears advised him that we needed to do a walkthrough, at which time Mr. Larios stated that a walkthrough was not needed because the establishment was closing for the night. I then asked Mr. Larios if he was the ABC manager, to which he replied that he was. I then asked Mr. Larios if he can provide me, if he can display his ABC manager's license, at which time he removed his wallet from his pants pocket and began to look through his wallet for said requests.
Did he present his ABC manager's license?
He did.
In your experience, what usually happens when you identify yourself as an ABRA investigator and ask to enter an establishment?
The normal course of action is that the licensees will allow us entry into the establishment.
So what happened while Mr. Larios was looking for his ABC manager's license?
Mr. Larios continued to look for his ABC manager's license, at which point I realized we still haven't gotten to the front door. And so I can't recall if the gate opened in or outwards, but I had asked Mr. Larios if he could talk and walk
so that we can go inside and do a walkthrough. At which time Mr. Larios insisted that we did not need to do a walkthrough.
Were you able to go through that gate?
Yes, I took the initiative to open the gate, which prompted Mr. Larios to move and started walking. And so there was like a slow walk up to the front of the front door. Once we reached the front door, Mr. Larios stopped all forward motion and insisted that we not do the walkthrough, insisting that they were closing.
And what happened next?
We finally was able to get inside. Once we got inside the establishment, it was dark. There were no interior lights. And so S.I. Brashears asked of Mr. Larios if he could turn on the lights, to which he complied.
And what happened after that?
Once the lights came on, I immediately noticed a male sitting in the back of the establishment at a table, and next to him, to his right, was a decorative table which appeared to be some sort of celebration table.
At this point, were you able to do the walkthrough that you had requested?
No, I advised Mr. Larios that we were going to do a walkthrough, at which time Mr. Larios repeated again that no walkthrough was required. I then said to him, do I need to call MPD to have them help us do this walkthrough? And he asked me, why do I need to do that? And I explained to him again that we were simply there to do a walkthrough to ensure that the establishment was not operating. And the faster we can do the walkthrough, the sooner we can leave.
What happened after you informed Mr. Larios of that?
So I then called MPD because Mr. Larios still did not want us to conduct a walkthrough. And minutes later, MPD officers arrived on the scene.
What happened after MPD arrived to assist?
Once they arrived, I explained to the officers who we were and what we were trying to do. MPD officers then moved forward further into the well of the establishment. I followed, which took me to the table where the male was sitting. And at the celebrated table that was decorative, I then learned that there was chocolate covered strawberries, there were balloons, there were gifts that was left.
What else did you observe in the establishment on your walkthrough?
I also observed ladies' purses that was sitting on different tables. I believe there were 2 or 3 ladies' purses that were there. I looked inside, I peered inside, but not using my hands to open any bags, but I looked inside and I could see that the purses consisted of personal items. And I also looked into the bags that was on the decorative table that had gifts inside.
Were there any other items that you observed in the establishment?
Yes, I also noticed there were 2 separate tables. Each one had the ladies' purses, and it also consisted of to-go containers, consistent with food takeout.
Were there any other items that looked like they had been left behind?
Yes, while I was in the well of the establishment, Investigator Butler had come from the back where the kitchen area was, and with him was a male who I recognized as the owner, Jose Larios. I recognized him from previous ABRA visits. Investigator Butler stated that Mr. Larios, Jose Larios, uttered a spontaneous statement stating that the establishment next door was having a birthday party. Investigator Butler stated that Mr. Alex Larios was in the kitchen just standing up against the wall. When Investigator Butler made his way towards the front of the establishment, he observed a sheer ladies covering that was draped on the back of one of the chairs at the table.
Based on your observations of items in the establishment, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes. I believe that there was some activity going on at the establishment that we interrupted once we arrived at the scene. And I also believe that Alex Larios prevented and delayed, more likely, ABRA investigators from entering and doing a walkthrough inspection, which caused us not to capture patrons inside.
Mr. Chairperson, can I have permission to share my screen?
Ms. Fosburn, can you please allow Ms. Jordan to share her screen, please?
You can now share your screen.
Thank you. Investigator Dantzler, I'm going to show you now what has been marked as Government Exhibit 1. Let me know when you can see this.
Yes, I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, that is the investigative report that I authored.
Is it part of your job as an investigator to draft case reports?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you the entirety of this document just quickly so you can see what's included. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the case report you created for case number 21-251-00004 involving Villa Toscana?
It is.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government would like to move Government Exhibit 1, the case report, into evidence.
So moved. It's part of our record, so it's not it doesn't have to be formally moved, but yes, so moved.
Investigator Dantzler, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2 of the case report. Can you describe what is depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that is the exterior front photo of Villa Toscana that I took the day after the visit.
Can you please describe the outside of the establishment in the context of your approach to the establishment?
Yes, where you see the banner, that is the gate that I spoke of earlier, where the investigators were standing on the sidewalk side of the establishment, and on the other side, the inner gate, is where Mr. Alex Larios met us.
And Investigator Dantzler, directing your attention to Exhibit 4 of the case report. What is this document?
That is a photograph that I took of ladies' purses that were on the table.
And Investigator Dantzler, I'm going to draw your attention to Exhibit 7 of the case report. What is this document?
That is the decorative table that I spoke of in my earlier testimony that I saw from the doorway.
And what is in this photo?
Balloons. In the bags, there were gifts in the bags. The long white box was the chocolate covered strawberries. Also, there's 2 bottles of wine.
And Investigator Dantzler, I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit 9 of the case report. What is this document?
Though that is a picture that S.I. Brashears took with the candle that was lit and also sliced lemons that were left on the table.
And directing your attention to Exhibit 10 of the case report. What is this document?
That is a photograph that I took of a lady's purse with a to-go bag that was with it.
And directing your attention to Exhibit 13 of the case report. What is this photograph?
That is a photograph taken by S.I. Brashears depicting a lady's coat, a purse, where you can see the chain that is hanging on the outside of the sink, and at the pedestal of the sink are assorted ladies' shoes.
And lastly, Investigator Dantzler, directing your attention to Exhibit 14. What is this photograph?
That is a picture that S.I. Brashears took depicting a prep station that was being used at some point.
And Investigator Dantzler, you have described a number of women's purses and shoes that you saw in photographs in this establishment. Were there any women that you or the other investigators found in the establishment?
No women were found.
I don't have any further questions for Investigator Dantzler.
Mr. Larius, you have an opportunity to ask your questions.
Yes. First question is, Ms. Dantzler, you do wear glasses, correct?
Yes, sir. Hi, Mr. Larios. Yes, sir.
Good morning. On your statement, first thing I see in your statement was you said we had tinted windows at the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your exhibit 10, you took a picture of a purse. You could see the front door of the place in exhibit 10. I think everybody's seen that. You could see in that picture the doors are not tinted. If you guys would like to take a look at that, that's exhibit 10. My question is, you said that the gate was closed. Mr. Dantzler had already came into the front. The gate, he had left the gate open. The gate was
Mr. Larry, remember you're asking questions. So
yeah.
You said Mr. Dantzler, so what's the, I'm not.
Oh, Ms. Dantzler, sorry. Ms. Dantzler, you said you opened the gate. Was the gate open or did you open it?
I opened it.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Brashears entering in your with a flashlight?
Entering the gate with a flashlight?
He came up to the door. Did you recall him coming up to the door with a flashlight before you Mr. Donnell Butler and you, Ms. Dantzler, were both still inside your vehicle when Mr. Brashears came out? Do you recall Mr. Brashears coming up to the window with a flashlight?
No, sir.
Right now, a couple minutes ago, you said Mr. Brashears walked up to the door with a flashlight. Do you recall that?
No, I believe my testimony was that Mr. Brashears, S.I. Brashears, shined his flashlight at the door.
Yes. He came up to the door. You never recall him seeing him walk into up to the door which the gate was open.
No, sir.
All right. My next question is, you said the lights were off when you walked up. Were you wearing your glasses that night?
No, sir. I wasn't wearing my glasses at that time. I don't use them for distance.
Okay. Let me see if I had any other more questions. Oh, I have another question. MPD, you did call MPD, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you guys walked in a place, do you remember Mr. Donnell Butler passed by Mr. Brashears and yourself, which is Ms. Dantzler, walked right by you guys, and he did a walkthrough himself while you were requesting for more lights to be turned on. Do you recall that?
No, my focus was on you, Mr. Larios. We were engaged in a conversation.
Okay. Do you recall when Mr. Donnell Butler walked out from the kitchen with Jose Larios?
Yes, my next recollection of Mr. Butler was when he emerged from the kitchen.
With Jose Larios?
Yes,
Did you
sir.
first come right behind him?
They came out practically together.
And was this before or after you called MPD?
That I cannot recall.
I like to say, Mr. Jose Larios, Mr. Donnell Butler walked out the kitchen. Jose Larios right behind him. Mr. Donnell Butler came up back to the front, and I don't know if you recall, he said the place was clear. Is that correct?
I don't recall Mr. Butler making that statement.
Do you recall after Mr. Donnell Butler said the place was clear, do you recall you saying you were tired? Oh no, you had enough of me, which is Alex Larios. And do you recall grabbing your phone then and calling MPD after Mr. Donnell Butler and Jose Larios walked out the kitchen?
No, I don't recall that. My conversation, my focus was with you.
Okay. That'll be all my questions from Ms. Dantzler.
All right. I'm somewhat confused. So what time, you said you went there at, you said you went there at 1:25 a.m. This was on March 7th, 2021. What time was this establishment supposed to close on March 27th, 2021?
Is that a
I
question
believe
for
No, I'm sorry, not for you. This is you don't have any more questions. You say you didn't have any other questions, so the question is not for Ms. Dantzler. I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence.
I believe it was midnight. It was the
Which one is it, Ms. Dantzler? You believe it's midnight or it's supposed to be midnight?
I believe it's midnight. We've had several mayoral changes due to COVID. So I believe at that time it was due, the closing was at midnight.
I need clarification, Ms. Dantzler. I can't be, I believe, because the board has to go in making this decision. So I need to know what time the closing is supposed to be. Now, you stated that, so where are, you show pictures of several women's purses and shoes. So did you see any of these women in the establishment?
No, sir.
So what happened what happened to all the women?
That's a great question. We never located them. S.I. Brashears can speak more towards that question.
But you were there. You're there, so you're there. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a walkthrough or did another investigator do a walkthrough at some point?
I did some of the walkthrough, just right on the street level. I did not go beyond the decorative table, which was located in the rear.
Do you know if any of the other investigators went to the rear?
Yes, Investigator Butler did. And I'm not sure about S.I. Brashears.
I don't have any other questions at this moment. Any other questions by any board members? Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Hello, Investigator Dantzler, and thank you for your testimony. I'd just like to ask you, when you approached on March 7th, 2021, when you approached this establishment, were they supposed to be closed?
Yes, sir.
What reason were they to be closed? at the time you got there?
I can't remember if it was 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock due to the mayor's emergency order that they be closed. So when I got on the scene, my focus changed from their operation to being delayed entry. So I was focused on that.
Okay, who were they you're speaking about that were refused entry?
S.I. Brashears, Investigator Butler, and myself were not provided immediate access to the establishment.
What was the main reason why you were going there in the first place? What caused you to go there on that at that particular time on March 7th?
S.I. Brashears advised that he received a complaint that the establishment was operating after hours, loud noise was coming from the establishment, and there were live entertainment of female performers.
And when you questioned after you got to talk with Alex, the ABC manager, when you got to talk with the ABC manager, and you announced that you were an Arbor investigator, and why wouldn't he cooperate? Do you have any idea?
I believe the establishment was actually having a function at the time that we made our first contact with Mr. Alex Larios at the sidewalk.
Okay, dealing with the photographs that were introduced as evidence or that have been displayed to us during this hearing, women's purses and women's shoes, but no women. So in your history of being an investigator for multiple years, as you testified, how many locations or establishments, ABC establishments, have you gone to when they say they're closed, didn't want to let you come in, and then you find women's purses and shoes? Has that ever happened before with you as an investigator?
No, sir.
So normally, this is just speculation, but I'm going to ask you if you can answer this. Do women normally leave their purses and shoes when they go to a business or establishment?
I have experienced occasionally someone would leave property behind, but to have 3 different purses left behind was highly unusual.
And the table that was also displayed in the pictures that we saw during your testimony and during this hearing, with the balloons and the chocolates and the strawberries and the other, is that normally what you find when an establishment is closed when you're doing your investigations?
No, I've been to birthday parties, and generally the person being honored tends to take their gifts with them, balloons, the strawberries, but all of that was left behind.
Had they been partaken of? I mean, the strawberries and the other foods I want to say, had they been protected? Had anyone, did it look like someone had been eating them or they were waiting to eat? Or what state did you find these strawberries and balloons in?
Nothing had been eaten, and so the wine bottles had not been uncorked either.
Investigator Nancy, thank you for your answers. Hopefully it gives some clarity, but at any rate, I'll just simply say thank you for your testimony. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Larios, do you have any questions of Ms. Dantzler based on the questions that the board asked? Not new questions, but based on the questions that the board asked. Do you have any questions, any follow-up questions of Ms. Dantzler?
No, just to make sure.
No, remember, sir.
The one question.
Just hold on, sir. You can only ask questions of or based on the questions that I asked and Mr. Short asked. If it's not based on the questions that Mr. Short asked or myself asked, you cannot ask questions, sir.
No. No more questions.
You have no more questions? All right. Ms. Jordan, do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dantzler.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, ma'am?
Yes, at this time, I would like to call Supervisory Investigator Mark Brashears.
Mr. Brashears, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. You're a witness, Ms. Jordan.
Investigator Brashears, could you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Mark Brashears, M-A-R-K. Last name is B-R-A-S-H-E-A-R-S.
And where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration in Washington, D.C.
What is your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
I am a supervisory investigator.
How long have you been a supervisory investigator?
A little over 3 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as supervisory investigator?
As supervisory investigator, I supervise and manage a team of 5 investigators.
Are you familiar with Villa Toscana?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I've visited the establishment on a couple of occasions.
Were you familiar with the establishment prior to the incident that we're discussing today?
Yes.
And can you describe your familiarity?
I was passing by the establishment one evening, and under the mayor's order and rulemaking that we were operating at the time, the establishment was not allowed to have patrons inside. And as I was driving by, the lights were on, it was in the evening, everything was backlit, and I observed patrons seated inside the establishment. So I stopped the car, I went in and I spoke with Alex Larios, who was the ABC manager, advised them that obviously you're not supposed to have folks inside, and basically educated him about the rulemaking.
Had anything changed at the establishment from this instance to when you visited the establishment on March 7th, 2021?
Yes. On the previous visit, as I said, I was able to see into the establishment from the roadway. On the night of 7 March 2021, when we arrived, I initially assumed the establishment was not operating because I couldn't see inside. Everything was blacked out. And then obviously after shining my flashlight, I was able to see inside and realized that there had been some kind of tinting placed on the windows.
Can you, stepping back for a second, can you describe what led to what happened with the establishment on March 7th, 2021 that led to your investigation?
Yes. On Sunday, March 7th at approximately 1:15 a.m., I received an anonymous phone call to the Albert hotline stating that the establishment was operating after hours, providing entertainment in the form of female dancers, and that there was loud music.
And what happened after you received that call?
I contacted lead investigator Dantzler and investigator Butler and advised them to visit the establishment and follow up on the complaint.
And what happened when you arrived at the establishment?
The 3 of us arrived at approximately 1:25 a.m. We got out of our vehicles and approached, and initially we believed it had been a false call because we didn't hear any music, we couldn't see anything. Everything appeared quiet and dark.
And what happened after that?
As we got a little closer to the establishment, I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it toward the front of the establishment. And that's when I was able to see Alex Larios. I recognized him from a previous visit inside the door, standing inside the door behind the window tent.
And where were you when you shined your flashlight into the establishment?
the three of us were on the sidewalk. We were outside the gate that Investigator Dantzler spoke of.
And just to clarify, what did you see when you shined your flashlight inside?
Well, I saw an individual, and of course, when he stepped out, I recognized him. But as I pointed the light, I heard from inside, "Let's go, let's go, let's go."
And what happened after this?
At that point, Mr. Larios, Alex, stepped out, and Investigator Dantzler engaged with him as she testified. And while they were speaking, a couple of minutes into it, I looked to my right, I saw movement, and I observed three unknown male individuals. They were dressed in dark clothing, carrying black duffel bags. They walked down the alley and past the front of the establishment.
And how does the alley connect to the establishment, if it does?
The alley runs through to the next street, but there's access behind Villa Toscana into the alley for the trash and a rear exit.
What happened after you saw these men walking down towards the alley?
Well, they passed by, and at that point, Investigator Dantzler was speaking with Mr. Larios. He appeared to look for his ABC manager's license, and eventually we were allowed to enter the establishment.
How long did it take from when you arrived at the establishment to when you entered?
I'm not sure, but from the time we engaged Mr. Larios, Alex, to the time we got in, it was approximately 5 minutes.
I would like to take a pause briefly, Mr. Chairperson, and ascertain that Mr. Larios is still on the phone. I saw his video, or one of his phones disappear.
Mr. Larios, are you still there? Mr. Larios.
Sorry, my phone happened to turned off, so I'm turning it back on now.
All right, but you're still here.
Yes,
That's-
I'm still listening.
That's one of the reasons why I prefer when I see people on the screen, then when you disappear, that I know something is going on. But if you're not on the screen, then I don't know. Thank you for noticing that, Ms. Jordan. Go ahead, Ms. Jordan.
All right, so once you were finally able to go inside the establishment, what happened?
When we first entered, well, Mr. Larios, as Eli Dantzler discussed, said several times that the establishment was closed. There was no need to walk through. When we finally managed to get inside, initially I could see that we couldn't see what was going on inside because the only lighting at first appeared to be small table candles. Mr. Larios, Alex, did bring up some lights toward the front of the establishment, but didn't bring them up throughout. We explained several times, myself and Investigator Dantzler, that we needed to conduct a walkthrough. There had been a complaint, and that if he wasn't,
Hold on, Mr. Bashir. I believe that Mr. Larios. All right. Well, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bashir. Go ahead.
We explained to him that we would need to do a walkthrough, and if he wasn't going to bring the lights up, that we were going to contact MPD, because at that point, as a supervisor for me, I was not going to send investigators into the darkened interior of the establishment. So at that point, Investigator Dantzler called MPD. There were a group of individuals, MPD individuals, right around the corner in Abs Morgan, and they were there in just a few minutes.
What happened once MPD arrived?
Investigator Dantzler briefed them on the situation, and they agreed to do a walkthrough with us, and basically ensure that, as my concern, there might be someone hiding in the establishment that could cause harm. They did a walkthrough with us.
What did you find on the walkthrough of the establishment?
On the walkthrough, there appeared to be some type of celebration. There was a cake, there were balloons. A couple of the tables had empty or half empty alcohol bottles. There was a woman's shawl. There were numerous pairs of shoes behind the bar. There were also, I counted 4 purses that appeared to have been left behind. And of course, as Investigator Dantzler stated, there was an individual who we never identified, who was just sitting kind of to the side of the establishment inside. And then Investigator Butler located Jose Larios in the kitchen. So once MPD arrived, MPD officers, myself, moved further into the establishment. We checked basically all the access points, what appeared to be a closet. We went into the kitchen. We looked into a rear exit, which was like a porch or a vestibule, but we didn't locate any of the females.
You mentioned that.
Sorry to bother you guys. I'm back online. If the host could bring me back up.
All right, Miss Foster, I think that Mr. Lawrence is asking for his video to be reinstated, please.
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brashears.
Thank you.
And Investigator Brashears, you mentioned that the owner, Mr. Jose Larios, was in the kitchen. Where does the kitchen lead in this establishment?
So the kitchen is at the rear of the establishment. And from there, it looks like a small porch or maybe a vestibule. And from there, you can access the outside of the rear of the establishment.
Thank you. The district doesn't have any further questions for Mr. Brashears.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brashears. Mr. Lario, one of the lines have to be muted because I see both lines are being highlighted.
Chairperson Anderson, can I ask for the board to take judicial notice of what rulemaking was in effect at this time?
Yes, because I'm curious of that. So,
of course. So on March,
I would ask at the end you could bring that in your closing, ma'am. Okay.
no problem.
You can just we'll take, but I need that to be clear, so you can bring that to their attention in your closing. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lars. Do you have any questions for Mr. Brashears?
Yes, Mr. Brashears, how you doing today? Quick question. Do you recall walking up to the door with your flashlight by yourself while Mr. Butler and Ms. Dantzler were still in their car?
No, I don't recall that. I believe I arrived and got out before they did, but we walked up as a group.
Do you recall seeing me and running back to your car to take your badge out and coming back and showing it to me and explaining to me why you guys were there?
No, as I recall, we explained that when you came out to the gate.
Maybe you didn't understand my question. When you walked up, do you recall walking back to your car after you had walked up to the door by yourself while Ms. Dantzler and Mr. Butler were still in their car?
No, as I said, I recall getting out of my vehicle and walking on the sidewalk, but they got out of their cars and we were commenting on how it looked quiet and dark. And as we walked up, I pointed my flashlight.
Do you recall? Okay. Do you recall instructing Ms. Dantzler and Mr. Butler to step out of the car?
No.
Okay. All right. My next question is: do you recall Mr. Butler once you guys made entrance? Do you recall Mr. Butler while the lights? There was 2 lights on. The kitchen light was on. Mr. Butler, do you recall him going straight to the back and making and searching the place?
I recall the 3 of us got inside. We were near the bar. We didn't get much further because all of the lights weren't on. We were not comfortable. I was not comfortable sending people further in. If he wandered further in, it was unbeknownst to me. But at that time, I felt uncomfortable with the situation, and that's why we called MPD.
Okay, do you recall before calling MPD, the owner coming out of the kitchen? He was following Mr. Butler coming out of the kitchen before MPD was called?
No, I don't recall that.
All right. My next question is, oh yeah, quick question. Before you guys came in, you said we had a brief conversation right outside. I stepped out when you walked back to your car. I don't recall if it was I think it was your mask actually that you went back to your car and get. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Do you know how long was the brief conversation we had before you guys entered the establishment?
You mean near the gate?
We were at the we were outside of the door inside the gate.
I remember it being several minutes from the time we were near the gate before we got into the establishment.
If you could put it in minutes, how many minutes would you put it in?
From the time we initially engaged to the time we got in, probably less than 5 minutes.
No, how many was the conversation me and you had after I stepped out and you informed me that you were there because somebody had made a call and there were strippers and there was loud music and party going on. Do you remember or do you recall what I was trying to explain to you at the moment?
I remember you continually stated that the establishment was closed and there was no need for us to come in.
But do you remember what was my explanation?
I don't.
Okay. That's all my questions. Oh, last question. You said you couldn't see inside the place. Maybe the lights were off. But then again, you mentioned there were tents on the front window. Exhibit 10, I would like the board to know, and also Ms. Jordan. Exhibit 10, a picture Ms. Dassler took. There was a purse in the table. In that same picture happens to be the front door. I don't know if everybody's seen this. Exhibit 10 is a picture, and it's
Mr. Lar, are you asking Mr. Bashir a question? Because all of these, during your testimony, you can bring them up, but are you asking him a question now, or are you just making a statement? Because you can't make a statement. You have to ask him a question.
I'm asking him, do you recall not being able to see inside due to there being no lights, or do you automatically said there was tents on the window?
It appeared to be tent because, as I stated, the previous visit, I was able to see clearly inside. Now, granted, the establishment was lit up inside, but when we came up and what I believe to be window tent, because when the door was opened, I could see lights and things inside, you know, due to the candles and a small amount of backlighting. So it appeared to me that the windows were tinted.
All right, that's all my questions, Mr. Bashir.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members? Any board members have any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
May I ask Inspector Brashears a question? Is that appropriate at this time?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Inspector Brashears, it's a pleasure to have you today, and we want to thank you for your clear and accurate reporting of what you all investigated that evening. So thank you. I just want some clarification. Are ABRA inspectors only limited to go into a licensed establishment during the posted hours of operation, or may ABRA inspectors go into a licensed establishment outside of those hours?
We routinely inspect ABC licensed establishments for after hours operations. So in this instance, that's what we had received a call on, that the establishment was operating after hours. So yes, sir, to answer your question, we can go into an establishment to inspect for after-hours operations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bashir, any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Bashir, do you know what was, your statement, which I'm confused. You said that no one was allowed in the establishment. That's what you had testified to earlier. And I don't understand. Are you saying that nobody was allowed in that establishment, period, or because of the timings? I need you to clarify that testimony, sir, because I didn't understand.
Yes,
your
sir.
testimony.
My previous visit prior to the night of the incident, I apologize, I don't recall when it was, but during that time frame, the rulemaking and the mayor's order stated that you could not dine on premise. It was takeout only, and there were individuals inside the establishment consuming alcohol. And I observed them from outside. I stopped, I went in, I spoke with Mr. Alex Larios and basically stated, hey, during this time frame, you're not supposed to have, patrons inside the establishment. These people need to go. So that's when it was due to the rulemaking at the time, sir.
All right, okay. All right, any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Lars, do you have any questions of Mr. Bashir based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
No?
No, no more questions.
Ms. Jordan, do you have a redirect?
I do have one question for redirect.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Investigator Bashir, at any point after arriving, did you return to your car to get a mask or a badge or delay in any way entering the establishment?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, does the government rest?
The government rests.
All right, thank you. All right, what I'm going to do, I was going to take a 10-minute break, but what we're having some issues with our interpreter. So we're actually going to take a lunch break, a half-an-hour break, and we will, the interpreter is available at 1:30. So we will continue this hearing at 1:30. So I need all the board members to log back onto the public hearing. I need everyone to log back onto the public hearing at 1:30. Is that clear to everyone? So that Mr. Lars, you need a translator, and our translator will not be available until 1:30. I was going to take a break anyway because with this hearing we have been online since at least the board has been online for 3 hours this morning. I know the hearing 10:30. Yeah, this hearing started. We've been on record at since 10:30. So I'm going to try to come up with maybe every 2 hours to have a break, so folks will have a break. So we're having a break. We're having a lunch break. So everyone needs to be back on for the public hearing at 1:30. Is everyone clear with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
So you should have Mr. So when we come back on at 1:30, Mr. Lars, you're gonna call your witnesses. We'll have the translator and you will start at 1:30. Is that clear with you, sir?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So I'll see everyone for the public hearing at 1:30 sharp this afternoon. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. We're waiting for Mr. Larius. Okay. All right. Mr. Larius, are you,
There you go.
okay, good. All right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. All right. I just want to, before we continue this case, I just want to, I just want to inform the public. This is this case that we're concluding is the Villa Toscana hearing. This is a hearing from this morning, and so we took a break. So we're for this afternoon. We have on our schedule. We have Felicity Lounge. So after the conclusion of this case, then we'll have Felicity Lounge. I'm not sure how long this case will take to conclude, but just want to advise members of the public, if you're waiting for Felicity Lounge, we will do this case at the conclusion of this case. And again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon for the hearing are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Ed Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today. And so just want to, and I'm stating this because I know there are folks who have signed on for the 1:30 hearing. Just want to let folks know what's going on. All right. So Mr. Larius, are you, and is it, I just want to make sure the translator here with us now.
Yeah, that is for Flor Ramos. So it's not for me.
I know, sir. I know. I just want to make sure, Miss, is the translator, I see, is she with us? She had told me that she's able to join us at 1:30. I just want to make sure that she's, so are you, who's your first witness, Mr. Larius?
So
you're the first witness you're going to call?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make sure then, hopefully by the time you're concluded.
Chairperson Lydia Bellode is still a panelist.
Okay, but she hasn't, I know, I saw her name there, but she had, I want to make sure that, well, I'll just, hopefully then she'll make herself known once she has joined us. Mr. Larius, I had sworn you in earlier, so I don't need to do that again, because earlier this morning, when you had made some representation, so I'd sworn you in, so I don't need to swear you in again. All right, so basically where we are, you're gonna present your case. You can start because you did not do an opening statement, and I guess this is you can state your position because since you're the attorney and you are a witness, so be mindful that whatever statements that you make, Ms. Jordan will cross-examine you, and the board will also cross-examine you. So you can present the way you want to present. Once you're done, Ms. Jordan will cross-examine you, the board will cross-examine you, and then you can call your other witness. So go ahead, sir, it's your case.
All right, so yes, my name is Alex Larios. I'm calling myself as a witness. And I'd like to say I did not intend to delay inspector's entrance. So it was on the morning of March 7th. It was 1:25 a.m. We're leaving that night. We had a gathering. The other witness, it was her birthday. They left right before 12 because at that time, due to the pandemic, the order was to be closed by 12 midnight. We closed at 12. She left. It was only 4 of us here that stayed. It was me and dishwasher, the owner, and his brother-in-law. And I was getting ready to leave. I come to the front door. I see Mr. Brashears. He come up to the door, and through the door, he seen me. Through the door, I told him it was closed. He walked back to his car, so I stepped outside. He came back and informed me that they had a guy in the car, that there had been strippers and loud music and a party after hours. And I informed him, I'm talking to him, and that's when he he told Mr. Butler and Miss Lead Investigator Dantzler to step out of the car, and that's when they did. They followed behind him. I explained to him that the place was closed, and I was getting ready to leave, and I was like and I explained to him there was no strippers here. I explained to them there was a party earlier. The ladies had left, the whole group had left. They had left at midnight, and it was a brief conversation, took about 2 minutes, and they told me, no, we need to go inside, we need to check out the place. I opened the door for them, I brought them in. There was a kitchen light on, and there was the light in front of the kitchen. To mind you guys, the place is small. It's 7 tables from the entrance to the kitchen door. And at the time they came inside, Mr. Donnell Butler walked straight to the bathrooms, checked behind the bar. He walked into the kitchen. Miss Dantzler told me to turn on the lights. I proceeded to turn on the lights. Mr. Butler walked out the kitchen. Following him was the owner, Mr. Jose Larios. And Ms. Dantzler was upset. The guy told her it was clear. She got very upset. She said, "Oh no, I'm gonna call MPD right now." And she called MPD after Mr. Butler had informed her that it was clear that he had already searched the place. So we waited for MPD to get here. They started taking pictures, which is the pictures they have. And after that, they searched the place, took the pictures, and that was about it. They left, and that was all. And that's how I'll wrap it up. If you guys have any questions for me.
All right, so you're done. Okay, so all right, so Ms. Jordan, your cross-examination.
Mr. Larios, did the ABRA investigators identify themselves to you as ABRA investigators?
At first, Mr. Bashirs walked up to the door. He didn't. He I through the door. I told him it was closed. He walked back to his car, so I walked outside. That's when he came back and he with his badge, and he told me he was ABRA investigator. They had got.
When they asked to do the walk through the establishment, did they identify themselves as ABRA investigators?
Before they asked to do the walkthrough, we had a brief conversation outside. He informed me that he was from ABRA and they had a guy in the car. We had a brief conversation. I told him we had a birthday party earlier, and it was already done. We were leaving. I was leaving, and then after that, that's when Miss Dantzler and Mr. Butler walked up, and they asked to come inside. I told them it wasn't necessary, but if they need to come inside, that's fine.
Sorry, excuse me, that's no problem, but you can just kind of stick to the question a little bit. So did the investigators ask to do a walkthrough of the establishment?
Yes, when they asked, I
And
told them it wasn't, but they have to. The door was open. I never closed the door, and none of that door was open. And they walked inside. Mr. Butler was the first one. He didn't ask no questions. He walked.
no problem, you've answered my question, thank you. Were there at least 3 individuals in the establishment when the investigators arrived?
So right before, yes, there was 3 when they got here.
Did you delay the investigators from coming inside?
They say delayed. I did not delay them. It was a brief conversation we had, and it took no more than a minute 30 seconds from where I started them to when they came inside.
Is it correct that on March 7th, 2021, the 10th emergency rulemaking was in effect and the hours of closing were 10 p.m.?
It was midnight.
Is it correct then that on March 22nd, 2021, when the 11th emergency rulemaking took effect, that extended the hours of operation till midnight?
Yes.
When no one is leaving in a hurry, is it normal for multiple women to leave their shoes behind in an establishment?
At that time, it wasn't. We had a birthday party, and it was actually for the bar manager.
Is it normal when no one is in a hurry for multiple women to leave behind purses that have their wallets and phones in your establishment?
They left their purses, but took their wallets because they were heading to another location. which was still open.
Would it be normal for at least 4 women to leave their shoes and their purses, potentially including phones and wallets, behind for an hour and a half and not attempt to come back for them?
There were no phones left behind. There were purses, which was 3 purses. They left them behind, took their wallets because they were heading to another location to continue their celebration.
Is it normal after a party for the individual who received gifts to leave them if they're not in a hurry to leave?
In this case, it was the bar manager. She's the only one that worked at the moment here, and she was the one who stated to us she was going to leave her purse, which was where the other 2 ladies, they left their purses, only took their wallets and their phones.
Is
And
it
she
normal
was
for people to leave takeout containers on a table if they're not leaving in a hurry? And as you stated, if they're going to a bar and aren't intending to come back soon?
the takeout for our food to go. It was only 2 takeout containers.
But my question is, would it be normal for people to leave takeout if they weren't in a hurry or otherwise intending to return, as you're representing that people left stuff intending to just leave it?
I can't answer that question due to nobody was in a rush to leave. It was only us 3 inside the establishment.
No further question. Cross for him.
Any questions by the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Larios, I want to thank you for your participation and presentation today. How are you certain that each of these individuals who had purses left behind and shoes, how are you certain that they took their wallets?
They were heading to at the time, and Maryland was closing at the 3 in the morning, and they were heading to Maryland side, and the ladies that were here, they left their purses, took their wallets, which carried their IDs and their phones, and they left their wallets for the owner to put away.
Okay, Mr. Larios.
No, they left their purses. Sorry, they took their wallet.
Okay, so you acknowledge that there was a party earlier in the evening that these individuals who owned the purses and those shoes attended.
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself attend the entire party?
Yes, sir.
And what time did the party end?
Maybe about 20 minutes to midnight.
And
11:04.
And what time did they leave?
Probably about 11:50, 11:45.
And once again, my question is, how are you certain that each of these individuals who left their shoes behind and their purses, how are you certain they took their phones, each of them?
Okay, when it comes to the shoes part, it was only shoes behind the bar, which is the bartender shoes. There was only 2 pair of shoes. It was some flats and some high heels. She switched the shoes out when she working. Sometimes she does that on her own, which she's is the witness that I have coming up next.
Okay, that you answered half the question. The other half,
Oh,
please.
the purses. Due to the purses, they we're going to a club. They left their purses, but
That's
they
not,
only took.
sir, Mr. Harris. I think I understood you saying that several times. How are you certain visually that they each took their wallets?
Oh, I seen them.
You see them what? I want the record to be clear from what you observed.
Yes, they put the purses on the table. They asked the owner, which is Jose Larios, if he could put the purses away, and they were like, "All we're gonna take is our wallets," because they needed their IDs, and of course they didn't leave their cell phones behind. They took their wallets in there, and they all took their wallets and their phones on their hands.
And you observed each of them taking their wallets out of the purses, and you observed each of them taking their cell phones as they left. You stating for the record under oath that
Yes, I observed. I was the one who locked the door because at the moment we were locking the door, I was the one who locked the door. At the moment, I observed them when they took the phones out and their wallets, and Flor Ramos, she still told me make sure they put the purses away, and they did
Birthday
not.
was it? Whose birthday was it?
It was Flor Ramos. She's the bartender here.
It was her birthday,
Yes, sir.
and she went with the women to Maryland?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any other questions by the board members? Go ahead, Ms. Henson.
Thank you. Mr. Larios, could you describe what your typical closing procedures are at the end of the evening?
Usually we close 30 minutes before it's closing time. We close 30 minutes. That's the last call. 30 minutes before, and 15 to 20 minutes before closing time. That's when we start telling everybody we have to go.
And what do the procedures include in terms of closing down the bar? And what does all of that entail?
That day it was Flor Ramos' birthday. She's a bartender here. So that day it was actually a little different because it was her birthday. It was a celebration. She's the one who actually cleans up the place before she leaves. But that day she informed Jose if she could clean up the next day because they were ready to go somewhere else.
So there were separate procedures that were made. There was an exception was made because this person is an employee that aren't your typical procedures.
Yes, it was her birthday. She asked if she could just leave and she'll clean up the next day. When she comes back in, she'll come a little earlier.
And is it typical for the closing procedures on any night? It seems that you said you were heading out the door. That would mean that personal items were not secure. And in a secure location, we've already established that the items were visible. Is that typical for someone to leave personal items in plain sight?
It's not typical, but the owner, Jose Larios, was supposed to put that away. And I was I was leaving ahead of him for like 1 minute. He was finishing up in the kitchen.
And what arrangements were made if the establishment were going to be locked and the patrons had left? What arrangements were made for them to come back and get their items?
Actually, so Flor, it was her birthday. It was actually her cousin and other lady was her friend. And they were supposed to come the next day, maybe sometime. That was between them. I didn't have no arrangements to when they were going to come back for their stuff. I just know that she said put them away. They were going to get them the next day.
And do you have proof that these people exited the establishment?
They left right before midnight, and that's who I'm calling next, Flor, which is the witness.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions by the board members? Mr. I'm sorry. Mr. Argos. How long did it take after the ABRA investigator, any of the ABRA's investigator identified themselves? How long did it take for you to allow them to enter the property?
No more than 2 minutes.
No more than 2 minutes. So tell me what happened. In a sense, so from your perspective, tell me what happened when you approached and when did you allow them to enter?
So I seen Mr. Berchiers come to the front door. I was getting ready to leave. I seen him walk back to his car. I walked out right behind him. He came back. He informed me they were from Abra. They had a guy in the car. So I was informed him. Yes, I told him the restaurant we closed at midnight. I was like, it's only it was 4 of us here at the moment, and the other guy, the dishwasher, he had just left. His name was Leonel. And when I first see Mr. Bashir, I thought he was the Uber driver. And I screamed Leonel's name, and that's when the owner's brother-in-law told me, "Oh no, he just left." So that's why I stepped outside. So I stepped outside right behind him. He came back. He told me he's a Abra, and I explained to him, yeah, we had a birthday party earlier, but everybody left at midnight. And, you know, we stayed, but we were just finishing up the kitchen, which normally takes an hour and a half. So I was already done with my job. I was ready to go. And they told me, well, we need to step inside and check. And I told them, I don't think it's necessary, but if you guys have to come in, you could. And I opened the door for them, and they came inside.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Jordan, any questions that you, any recross?
I just have a brief recross. Mr. Larios, if the party, can you clarify why, if the party ended at midnight and all the individuals left the establishment at that time and the remaining hour and a half till the investigators arrived was cleanup, what was happening, that there were still not only the items we've all discussed, but the lemon peels, bottles,
Oh yeah,
and
that's
apparently the rest of the party was still left out? What was going on in that hour and a half?
that was the bartender's job to clean, but she told the owner she was gonna come clean the next day. It takes about an hour and a half to clean the kitchen. To finish the kitchen, we have a pizza ovens, we have hoods, so it takes an hour to an hour and a half, maybe even a little more to finish the kitchen. And that's what took us an hour and a half that day, maybe an hour 20 minutes.
And just following up on Ms. Hansen's question, is there a reason why, if the individuals asked you to secure their possessions around midnight, why they were still out when the investigators arrived at 1:30?
They didn't ask me, they asked the owner, Jose Larios, and he was gonna put them away when he left. He had the key to the closet where he was gonna put it in.
No further recross. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Laharos, do you have another witness?
Yes.
Is a translator available?
Yes.
Can you please come online, ma'am, so I can see you? That's one of the reasons I ask when folks to be online, because I don't know. I might see their name, but I'm not sure if they're there. All right. Mr. Laharos, do you have a witness you want to call?
Yes, Ms. Flor.
I'm sorry, what's the witness, sir?
Flor Ramos.
Where's that person?
She should be here. Let me see if her camera working. If not, I'll switch the phone over.
Or you can have her. All right. Well, you're going to ask her a question.
Chairperson, she is elevated.
Okay, so she can. All right, so you can also be on camera too, Mr. Laharos. Mr. Laharos.
Yes, I'm here. I just don't got a
All right, so remember, you're going to ask her questions, okay? All right. So Miss the translator, give me your name again, please, ma'am.
Yes, Lydia.
Now I need to be a little bit more formal. Miss your last name. Miss Bayard. Can you ask Miss Ramos to spell and state her ask her to raise her right hand, please.
Sí, señora Ramos, ¿puede por favor alzar la mano derecha?
Does she ask her, does she swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Si usted afirma o jura que va a decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Yes, I swear that.
It's your witness, sir. Now you can ask her questions.
Okay, Flor, ¿te acuerdas?
No, Mr. Ramos, you need to, are you going to ask her questions in Spanish or English? Which one are you going to ask her questions?
In Spanish.
No, not you, man. I'm asking him. Are you going to ask her questions in English or Spanish?
I'll ask them in English. I'll let the translator.
Okay, all right. So ask her in English so we can, and then the translator will translate, and then she can answer in Spanish, and then the translator will translate in Spanish. So go ahead, please.
Flor, do you remember working on March 6, 2021?
¿Se acuerda, señora Flor, de haber estado trabajando el 6 de marzo del 2021?
Sí.
Yes.
Flor, on that day, at work, did you celebrate her birthday?
Señora Flor, en ese día en el trabajo, ¿usted celebró un cumpleaños?
Yo estaba trabajando acá y estaba celebrando mi cumpleaños.
Yes, I was working here and I was celebrating a birthday.
Flor, ¿a qué hora se fue la noche de marzo 6?
Aproximadamente.
So, Flor, what time did you leave that night, March 6th, 2021?
Tell her she needs to answer now because
Necesita responder ahora, si puede.
Aproximadamente y como las 11:30.
Approximately around 11:30.
Flor, did you take your purse that night?
Sí, Flor, ¿usted tomó su bolso esa noche?
No, yo dejé mis cosas acá, solamente me tomé mi cartera de mano.
No, I left my stuff here. I just took my wallet.
Flor, after you got out that night from work, where did you head?
Sí, Flor, después de que se fuera esa noche de aquí, ¿hacia dónde se fue? ¿Dónde se dirigió?
Lo fuimos para un restaurante a Maryland.
Yes, we went towards to a restaurant in Maryland.
Flor, was only you that left your purse bag, or was there any more purse bags that were left behind?
Sí, Flor, ¿fue usted la única persona que se dejó su bolso o bolsa, maleta ahí o alguien más?
Mis amigas también dejaron sus bolsas.
Yeah, my friends also left their bags here.
Flor, did your friends take their wallets and phone with them?
Sí, Flor, ¿sus amigas también se llevaron sus carteras de mano con ellas?
Sí, algunas andaban y otras nomás llevaban su tarjeta nada más metida en el cartucho de teléfono.
Yeah, some of them they had a wallet with them, and others just had their cards, credit cards, within the next to their phones.
I don't have any more questions for Flor.
No tengo más preguntas para Flor.
I'm sorry, but can you ask her to spell her name for the record, please?
¿Puede por favor deletrear su nombre para la grabación?
Sí.
Yes.
F-L-O-R. R-A-M-O-S.
F-L-O-R. And then R-A-M-O-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jordan.
Gracias.
Ms. Ramos, what time did your party start?
Señora Ramos, ¿a qué hora empezó su fiesta?
Como 9:30.
¿Perdón?
Como 9:30 a 10.
Around 9:30, 10.
Was there alcohol at your party?
¿Había alcohol en su fiesta?
Sí.
Yes.
And was there alcohol consumed at your party until you left?
¿Y había alcohol que se consumió en la fiesta hasta que usted se marchó?
Sí, teníamos botellas, las cosas en la mesa donde estábamos y lo fuimos.
Sorry, she's breaking up. I'm going to ask her to say that one more time. Disculpe, se está entrecortando la comunicación. ¿Puede repetir eso?
Sí, teníamos una botella de cerveza en las mesas y cuando lo fuimos así quedó todo, no limpié.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Larios, just you mute your phone while she's speaking, please.
Yes.
Señor Larios, puede silenciar su micrófono mientras ella está hablando. Yes, we had bottles on the table, and when we left, I didn't clean up all of that.
No further questions. Thank you.
No tengo más preguntas, gracias.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Yes, I'd like to ask the interpreter to ask the witness, just for my clarification, what her name is?
Sí, me gustaría preguntarle, para mi propia clarificación, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Flor Marina Ramos López.
Flor Marina Ramos López.
Just for the record, on my WebEx, it says Alex Larios.
Same location, Mr. Grandis. They're in the same location, that's why. It's been like that. It's been like that the entire day. They're in the same location.
I understand. I just thought, for the record, it would be helpful if someone's viewing this. I have another question for the witness. Is she aware that women's purses were left behind when they left the establishment?
Sí, me gustaría hacer otra pregunta. ¿Usted está al caso de que los bolsos o las bolsas de las mujeres se quedaron ahí cuando se marcharon ustedes del establecimiento?
Sí.
Yes.
And was she aware that there were also what appears to be women's shoes also left behind with these purses?
¿Y usted también está al caso de que había zapatos de mujeres que se quedaron ahí cuando ustedes se marcharon?
Sí, son mis zapatos que yo tengo en el trabajo. Tengo siempre 2 o 3 pares altos y bajitos.
Yes, those are my shoes. I always keep a pair of shoes, a couple pair of shoes at work, ones with high heels and others with flat shoes.
And my final question is, does she have the name of the establishment that when they left where she worked, what establishment they went to and where it was located? Thank you.
Sí, usted tiene el nombre de este establecimiento al que fueron después de irse, una vez se fueron de ahí, y dónde estaba ubicado.
Sí, es en el Carbonero. Está en Maryland, por la Nohancho.
Yes, this is in El Carbonero, which is in Maryland, is somewhere near Nohancho.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Any other questions by the board members? Ms. Jordan, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larios, do you have any recross of the witness based on the question, any recross of the, I'm sorry, any redirect questions you want to ask your witness, sir? You don't have.
No, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Do you have any other witnesses, sir?
No, that was all.
Do you arrest? Mean that that's it? All right, Ms. Jordan, are you prepared to do a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Go ahead, please.
The government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that Villa Toscana failed to allow ABRA investigators to enter and inspect the premises without delay. We heard from Supervisory Investigator Brashears and Lead Investigator Dantzler that on Sunday, March 7th, 2021, at approximately 1:25 a.m., they arrived at Villa Toscana to investigate a complaint the establishment was operating after hours with loud music and live entertainment. When they arrived, the establishment appeared dark, but when Investigator Brashears shined a flashlight through the window, he could see ABC manager Alex Larios standing inside saying, "Let's go, let's go." When Mr. Larios came outside, the investigators identified themselves as ABRA investigators and asked to do a walkthrough of the establishment, and Mr. Larios stalled. He stalled at the gate on the patio of the establishment. He stalled, as Investigator Dantzler has said, by painstakingly looking for his ABC manager card. He stalled by stating repeatedly the investigators did not need to come inside. He stalled at the door to the establishment when the investigators reached the door after Investigator Dantzler opened the gate on the patio. And he stalled inside the establishment when he finally let the investigators inside, but did not turn on the lights. He continually protested they did not need to do a walkthrough, and lead investigator Dantzler and supervisory investigator Bashirs felt it was necessary to call the Metropolitan Police Department so that they could do a walkthrough without having to venture into the dark establishment. Only after MPD arrived were the investigators able to do the walkthrough they had requested. At this time, the 10th emergency rulemaking was in effect, and alcohol consumption and sale had to stop at 10 p.m. Ms. Ramos stated in her testimony that her party began at 9:30 or 10, and alcohol was consumed from when the party began until the individuals left. We also heard from investigator Dantzler and Bashirs and saw photographs of women's purses, unopened presents, takeout containers, all left in the establishment. Based on the testimony of the investigators, it was shown today the establishment tried to prevent ABRA investigators from entering and inspecting the premises and delayed their entry and inspection because they did not want them to see what was going on inside the establishment. The government has therefore proven the charge in the notice to show cause and recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code 25830. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, are you there?
Yes.
Now you can wrap up your case and tell us what is it you want the board to do.
I'd like to say, Ms. Jordan mentioned that.
No, hold on, sir. All right. Hold on a minute, please. You can either log off one or put one of the lines on mute, because I can see your, yes, okay. I think that we have lost Mr. Lawrence. It appears that Mr. Lawrence is having some technical difficulty. I don't know what happened.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
I'm sorry,
I
what was
said
your question?
You're wrapping up your case, sir. So what is it that you want the agency? The government just closed. So you're telling us what it is that you're proving and what it is you want us to do.
I think we have proven that there was no party or anything after midnight. On March 6th, due to the pandemic, it was till midnight, the sales of alcohol. And I think we have proven after midnight, everyone was gone, and there were only the employees and the owner here closing the kitchen. And I hope for the government to dismiss this charge. I did not intend or did not delay ABRA investigators to come in. We had a brief conversation, which was 2 minutes, and I think that is fair. I try to explain to them what's going on. And other than that, I think if the government will drop that charge due to us proving that there was no alcohol consumption or party or strippers, especially strippers, after midnight that night. That's all wrap up the case.
The charge in this case, I want everybody to be clear. The charge in this case is interfering with an investigator. That is the charge in this case, okay? Is that it's based on the charging documents, the government needs to prove that you interfered with the ABRA investigator by not allowing them inside the establishment without delay. That is the only charge in this case, okay? So that's whatever I want to remind everyone, at least that's what the charging document is, okay? So, all right. All right, do you have anything else you want to say, sir? Is that it?
That's it.
All right, the record is now closed. All right. So let me close. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. So let me close the record. Let me close this case. All right, as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice, from our counsel on case number 21-251-00004, Villa Toscana, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberated upon case number 21-251-00004, Villa Toscana, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett with a second. The motion will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato. Ms. Henson.
Patty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0.
Crockett, I agree.
I thought I called you, Ms. Crockett. I apologize. I thought Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
All right. Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting ABC conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank everyone for their presentation today, and as stated, the board will take this matter under advisement and issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Everyone in this case is dismissed, including the translator. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our calendar. Case number 21CC00032, Roja Market. Mr. Loharis, you can sign off. So let me repeat. Call in case number 21CC00032, Roja Market, license number 103124. This case has been continued until January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Moving now to our afternoon session. The first case on our afternoon session is case number 21 CMP 00038 Felicity Lounge, license number 112502. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. No, I'm sorry. Hold on, Miss. Yes, go ahead, Miss. Yes, my apologies.
Please stand by. I do not see a Daryl Jones. Anthony Cello, your rights have been elevated. Mark Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
I am also expecting investigator John Fiorentine. Is he also needing to have his rights elevated?
Ms. Foxman, have you seen Mr. Florentine? Yes, I see Mr. Florentine. I see Mr. All right. Is Mr. Jones available? Mr. Sealer, have you had any conversations with Mr. Jones?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did have conversations with Mr. Jones. We were unable to reach a settlement in this matter. I would note that he was not at the status hearing either. I do not know if he intended to be here today. Our conversations did not get that far.
I'm sorry, when was the last time you had conversations with him?
It would have been shortly before the status hearing. Within a few days of that, but I can find the exact date if you need it.
Yes, please, sir.
Please hold on one moment.
Thank you. Oh, shoot. All right, you don't have to answer that question. All right, Miss, I'm sorry, Miss,
Sorry, it appears that I spoke to him on or about the 29th or 30th of November. I believe the 29th, and I've left multiple messages for him since then, but I don't have the exact dates of those messages. But since the status hearing.
okay, that's fine. I just want to. Is Mr. Daryl Jones online? If Mr. Daryl Jones is having some technical issues, can you please raise your hand or identify yourself in the chat? Ms. Fossman, can you do me one other favor, please? Is there anyone else sitting out there waiting to participate in any hearings this afternoon?
Yes, I see the name Sika Chef. I'm going to unmute you and you can tell us if you're related to any of the cases. So you're unmuted now. Sika Chef.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not, okay. All right, we don't have, okay, fine. So thank you. You can move that person back, miss. All right. Okay, all right. All right, give me a minute. Mr. Celia, are you prepared to move forward?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good cause and sufficient cause. The board's record reflects that the licensee was properly served by personal service on November 5th, 2021. Personal service was made on November 5th, 2021. Seeing no license here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing. All right, Mr. Celia, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Anthony Cello, C-E-L-O, on behalf of the district.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cello. This is the first time you're appearing before me, and so I apologize. All right. Do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let me ask you a question before you call a witness. Do you wish to make an opening statement, Or do you just want to call, so it's your, why, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I'll waive the opening statement in this case.
All right, so who's your first witness, sir?
Investigator Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Investigator Ruiz, can you please describe to the board your position and how many years you have worked in that position?
I'm sorry, can you spell and state your name, Mr. Ruiz?
Yes. First name's Mark, M-A-R-K, last name Ruiz, R-U-I-Z. I am also an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration for approximately 2.5 years. Actually almost 3 years now. And I conduct inspections and investigations within ABC establishments located within the District of Columbia.
Investigator Ruiz, did you have cause to investigate Felicity Lounge in the matter that has brought us here today?
Yes.
And at this time, I request permission to present what has been marked as Exhibit 1, Government Exhibit 1 specifically.
All right, Ms. Foster, can you give Mr. Solo the opportunity to present, please? Ms. Foster.
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can share your screen, sir.
All right, Investigator Ruiz, are you seeing the shared screen?
No, we're not seeing it, sir. Yes,
There
now
it
we are.
goes. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, I can see it now.
Thank you. This document has been marked as Government Exhibit 1. Have you had an opportunity to review this document before the hearing?
I have.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is the document I drafted.
And when you say you drafted it, you authored this document?
Yes.
And did you present all the exhibits that I am scrolling through now in this document as well?
I did.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you prepared?
Yes.
Yes. And I apologize for the echo. I don't know if that's something on my end, but is the board hearing the testimony okay?
I can. Mr. Short, can mute your phone, please, Mr. Short. Let me see if it gets any better. I think that's the only person I see. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, can you please explain what the case report is as a document for the board?
Yeah, investigative report is the findings that resulted in a complaint that I investigated on August 13th, 2021 for Felicity Lounge.
Thank you. And can you tell me what occurred on August 13th, 2021?
Yes, so I arrived at the establishment after receiving notification from Supervisory Investigator John Fiorentine that a complaint was made in regards to the establishment allowing hookah smoking inside of the establishment. So I arrived at the establishment approximately 11:56 p.m. Spoke with a male security guard at the front and verbally identified myself as an ABRA investigator and displayed my badge and credentials and asked to speak with the ABC manager or owner that was present that evening. The security officer immediately turned and entered the establishment, at which time I followed, in which I met with a manager by the name of Dominique Jones.
And did you speak with Mr. Jones?
I did. I asked Mr. Jones if there was an ABC manager or owner present that evening. He identified himself as being an owner.
Did he direct you to anyone alleged to be an ABC manager?
He did consult with a female bartender behind. He stated that she was an ABC manager. I followed up with the female bartender. She mistaken her tips card to be for an ABC manager's license. She was not an ABC manager, and no one else at the establishment had an ABC manager's card.
And did she acknowledge in your conversation with her that she was not an ABC manager?
Yes, after I clarified what I was looking for, she said she was not.
And according to your records regarding the establishment, is Mr. Jones a recognized owner of the establishment?
He is not.
With regard to the complaint concerning hookah, did you see any hookah smoking in the establishment?
Yeah, so upon my entrance to the establishment, I did observe approximately 6 hookah devices throughout the establishment with patrons smoking from them.
And did Mr. Jones acknowledge that he routinely sells hookah in the establishment?
Mr. Jones, upon notifying him while I was there and what I observed, he did respond by saying that this was an unfair violation, that he sells approximately 10 hookahs each evening, and he has to do that to remain in business.
Did you or any investigators confirm whether or not he has an exemption to sell tobacco and hookah in the establishment?
Yeah, Supervisory Investigator Fiorentine did follow up on August 24th with the Department of Health Tobacco Control Program to confirm their status, and they still did not have the proper permits in place.
And I am scrolling down to show you what was marked on your report as Exhibit 2, but this would be page 18 of Government Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of me standing at the end of the, well, not of me, but of the bar with patrons with the hookah devices in front of them.
And did you take this photograph?
I did.
And then on the next page, Exhibit 3, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this will also detail a patron sitting at the bar with a hookah with the smoking device in her left hand.
And did you witness her using this device?
I did.
At this time, I move for the entry of Government Exhibit 1.
So moved.
And I have stopped sharing that exhibit for the moment.
Thank you.
Investigator Ruiz, is it a violation to have no ABC manager on duty?
It is.
And in your investigation, did you determine that this was the first secondary tier violation this establishment had had?
I determined that it was a violation that evening. I'm not sure approximately what the history is stated.
Absolutely. And is it a violation to permit hookah without obtaining the exemption?
It is.
And did you determine that on that evening, this establishment violated that provision?
I did.
Nothing further at this time.
All right. Thank you. Any questions by any board members? Any questions by any board members? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Do you have another witness, sir?
Yes, sure. Mr. Chairman, the district calls Investigator Fiorentine.
Mr. Fiorentine, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, Mr. Fiorentine.
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Supervisory Investigator John Fiorentine, John Fiorentine.
And Investigator Fiorentine, what is your specific title, role, and how long have you worked for Abra?
I am the supervisory investigator in charge of the Orange Team. I supervise the inspection and investigation of ABC licensed establishments, and I am the program manager for the noise control program. And I have worked for Abra for approximately 3 years.
Thank you. And did you hear the testimony of Investigator Ruiz?
I did.
He indicated that you had directed the investigation in response to a complaint. Could you please elaborate on that?
I did. Abra had received a complaint through our electronic complaint system. The complaint had mentioned that the establishment was in violation of a previously directed board order. And I tasked Investigator Ruiz to investigate that allegation.
And following his investigation, did you confirm was not obtained an exemption from DOH regarding the tobacco use?
That is correct. I contacted the Tobacco Control Program Manager, Ms. Carrie Dahlquist, and verified that the establishment had not obtained the necessary paperwork or permits to be exempted from the tobacco control regulations.
And as part of your investigation, did you look into the violation history of this establishment?
I did look into the violation history of the establishment.
Were you able to determine whether or not the action of permitting hookah without an exemption constituted their third primary tier violation within a 3-year period?
It did.
And the violation that was testified to with not having an ABC manager present, did that constitute the first secondary tier violation for this establishment?
It did.
As part of your investigation, did you look into any monies or fines outstanding to the district from this establishment?
I did.
Does Felicity Lounge currently have any outstanding monies owed to the district?
It does. Felicity Lounge has an outstanding balance of approximately $13,000 with the Metropolitan Police Department for the reimbursable detailed officers that were required to be present at the establishment for a board order. The establishment was subsequently suspended from that program due to being in arrears.
And they were required to have these officers as a result of an order of this board, correct?
That is correct.
And had they ever made payments on any of those invoices?
Based on my investigation and the information presented to me from the program manager, Ms. Brenda Smith, it does not appear that the establishment had ever made a payment for its reimbursable detail.
Does that $13,000 outstanding bill give you concern as to whether or not they would make payment or a fine issued in this case?
It does. It also gives me concern whether they would be in compliance with the board order in the future because they owe such a substantial amount, and the board order requires 2 officers present if live entertainment is conducted. And so I have serious misgivings whether they would be able to meet that requirement given the amount of money owed.
And because of that concern regarding payment of fines, do you believe that a different penalty may be appropriate in this case?
I do, that a financial penalty may not dissuade that behavior.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Investigator Florentine, thank you for your excellent testimony and reports. How many times have you been to this establishment, Felicity Lounge, 707 H Street Northeast?
Mr. Short, I can't tell you an exact number. I can tell you it's probably a dozen or more.
And every time you've gone there, has there been board orders to guide them to different types of behavior in the establishment?
No, sir, but they do have I would say a history of non-compliance to fairly important board orders. They were the first establishment that was found in violation of the first mayor's order now 2 years ago into the pandemic.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a great job, and continue to go. Sooner or later, the road has got to end for violators like this, and I'll just simply say this: continue doing a wonderful job, and we appreciate the work you do. All of us board members appreciate all the work you do, and we will do our very best to assist you in doing your job as well as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Any redirect, Mr. Cedillo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do you need to make a, I'm going to make a closing, sir?
Yes.
I'm sorry, do you rest? I'm sorry. Before, do you rest?
Yes, government rest.
All right, do you want to make a closing?
Yes, a brief close, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
The government has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that 2 violations occurred at the establishment Felicity Lounge on August 13th, 2021. They failed to have an ABC manager on duty, a violation of DC Code 25701, their first secondary tier violation. They also failed to follow Board Order 2021-221 by permitting hookah without obtaining a exemption from DOH, a violation of DC Code 25823A6. This would be their 3rd primary tier violation within 3 years. Given the history of this establishment and the $13,000 that are still due and owing, it is the government's position that a fine is insufficient to rectify the situation and is inappropriate as the form of punishment in and of itself. As a result, the government would request either a revocation of their license or at the very least a significant suspension of their license in addition to any fines levied by this board. The government has therefore proven the charges laid out in the notice to show cause and asked the board to impose the appropriate penalties under DC Code 25823 and 25701. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00038, Felicity Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon 21 CMP 00038 Felicity Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Hey, Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting in ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for the presentation. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is Michelle is here in case number 21 MG 00008. Sandra Molina, ABC Manager, license 116803. This case has been continued to January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00078. Entis Lounge, license number 117477. And before I issue that case, I'm gonna go a little bit out of order and read. Let me we had a protest hearing scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon on Entis Lounge. And before I state what this case is about, let me say this. Before I state what the position is. All right. There have been a significant amount of filings by the parties in this case, and that's reflected in our our legal agenda 2 for today. So before issuing a decision, before announcing to the public what's going to happen with our 1:30 case, I'm going to go to our legal agenda 2. Okay, legal agenda 2. So I want the record to reflect this. Now I am now going to read the board decisions for the second legal agenda. Legal agenda 2 has 10 items on it, and all of them deal with the 18th Street Lounge protest. Before I read the specific decisions, I want the parties to understand the positions taken by the board today. Various motions to continue the hearing were filed by the protestants to allow for additional time to negotiate a settlement agreement. The board is denying those motions. Number 1, the applicant does not contest to the long continuance proposed by the protestants. 2, the applicant is entitled to an expedited hearing pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25432B1. And 3, no good cause exists. The board is not persuaded that a lengthy continuance will produce a settlement agreement. However, given the number of motions filed by the parties so close to today's protest hearing, the board and the parties will need additional time to prepare for the hearing. Therefore, the board is rescheduling the protest hearing to January 19th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Secondly, because the board has rescheduled the hearing for 1 week, the protestants' additional request to continue the protest hearing due to a conflict with a guardianship hearing pending in another forum is now moot. Thirdly, the board further received a motion from the applicant to strike the Blagdon Alley Natal Court Association's supplement to motion for continuance of protest hearing. The board is granting this motion because it contains information related to settlement negotiations, which should remain confidential. Additionally, the motion was not filed in accordance with the pleading schedule outlined in 23 DCMR Section 1716. Lastly, the board is aware that the parties have included allegations of witness tampering by the applicant or another on the applicant's behalf pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25-434. The board takes these allegations seriously and thus will be referring this specific matter to ABRA's Enforcement Division for investigation. This investigation will proceed on a separate track because the statute makes it a criminal matter pursuant to DC Code Section 25434B. The investigation, however, does not require the board to continue the protest hearing until it has been completed. Thank you. So therefore, I am gonna go through our legal agenda 2. So our legal agenda 2 is the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of AMC 2F's motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 5th, 2022. This is in the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number two on our legal agenda, two, is a review of protestants bank group of 6 and picnic bench group of 12 motion for continuance of the protest hearing dated January 2nd, 2022. This is an 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number three on our legal agenda, two, is the review of protestant bank group of 6 and the picnic bench group of 12 supplemental motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 9th, 2022 in the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we strike this pleading from the record. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number four on our legal agenda, two, review of applicant's response to protestants' motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 10th, 2022. This is 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This matter is now moved. Number five, review of protestants' reply to applicant's response to the protestants' motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 11th, 2022. This is 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This matter is also moot. Number six, review of applicant's motion to strike protest and supplement to motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 11th, 2022. This is the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we grant this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number seven, review of protestants' oppositions to applicant's motion to strike protestants' supplemental motion for continuance of protest hearing dated January 11th, 2022. This is 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This matter is now moot. Number eight, review of protestants' second group of 5 motion to review applicant's conduct dated December 29th, 2021. This is 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. I make a motion that we refer this matter to enforcement. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree, the matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of applicants' opposition to protest in the second group of 5 motion to review applicants' conduct dated January 5th, 2021. I apologize, that should be January 5th, 2022. This is 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This is now moot. And number 10 is review of protestants' second group of 5's reply to applicants' opposition to motion to review applicants' conduct dated January 5th, 2022. This is again in the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. This now is also moot. All right, so going back to the calendar, so our hearing, that was the protest hearing, case number 21, PRO 00026, 0078, I'm sorry, Entice Lounge. That case was scheduled for this afternoon at 7:30. And so the board is therefore continuing this case to January 19th, 2022 at 10 a.m. And so that's legal agenda number 2, legal agenda number 2, I apologize, address. I want the record to be clear because I did make an error. So the case that I just talked about was 18th Street Lounge, which is case number 21 PRO 00079. That is license number 118846. So that is 18th Street Lounge, and 18th Street Lounge is continued to January 19th, 2022 at 10 a.m. And all legal agenda number 2 consists of the motions and the cross motions that were filed on the 18th Street Lounge case. So I did make an error before, so I'm just want to clarify the record that that legal agenda 2 that was just read in the record dealt with case number 21 PRO 00079, 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. Now, case number 21 PRO 00078, Entice Lounge, license number 117477. This case has been canceled because the parties have submitted a settlement agreement for the board's review and application. So I hope the record is now clear in the sense that legal agenda number 2 consists of case number 21 PRO 0079, 18th Street Lounge. All right, so that's the end of our calendar for the day. And so now let us now do legal agenda number 1. Legal agenda number 1 is the review of request to reinstate canceled license dated December 16th, 2021. The license was canceled on November 17th, 2021, pursuant to board order number 2021-761. This is for Sankofa Beer Company, license number 108879. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on legal agenda number 1, review of the request to reinstate canceled license dated January 10th, 2022. The license was canceled on November 17th, 2021, pursuant to board order number 2021-815. This is the Big Hunt, license number 019333. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on legal agenda number 1, review of settlement agreement dated December 13th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Han Place, license number 119670. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 4 on legal agenda number 1, it's review of settlement agreement dated November 24th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E and Selena Pizzeria, license number 119742. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 5, review of settlement agreement dated December 1st, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and the Sage Theater, license number 119749. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated January 4th, 2022 between the Deanwood Citizens Association and Suburban Liquors, license number 117766. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated January 8th, 2022 between the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C, Colorama Citizen Association, the group of 5 or more individuals, and Entice Lounge, license number 117477. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 8, review of settlement agreement dated December 13th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Milk and Honey, license number 119672. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 9, review of MPD's request for a fact-finding hearing dated November 28th, 2021. This is case number 21-251-00036, Bravo, license number 071564. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. All right. I wanted to. All right, I don't have the information, but number 10 is the review of the suspension of the on-premises alcohol sales and consumption notice of 17th emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to legal agenda 3. The first matter on legal agenda 3 is a review of the applicant's request to extend the protest petition deadline dated January 11th, 2022 with the consent of the ANC. This is in Amazon Retail LLC to be trade name to be determined, license number 119356. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on legal agenda 3, review of applicant's request to extend the protest petition deadline dated January 11th, 2022 with the consent of ANC. This is for Privateer 4400 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119655. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review application for entertainment endorsement to offer live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Tora Bar, license number 092074. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for Choco Spirits, license number 117128. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our licensing agenda is a review application for Sidewalk Cafe with 12 seats. This is in Taco City, DC, license number 111960. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review request to expand Sidewalk Cafe seating from 35 to 80 seats. This is for Delina, license number 117926. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for the Seton license number 118515. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review request for disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to 3 other Harris Teeter locations in Washington, D.C. The locations are located at 1631 Colorado Road Northwest, license number 095171, 1201 First Street Northeast, license number 095170, and 401 M Street Southeast, license number 095122. The request is from Harris Teeter, license number 095181. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit in order to auction off donated alcoholic beverage products in the Hearts Delight auction event to be held on May 6, 2022. This request has been made by the American Heart Association. The license number is 22 auction 00001. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review request for a refund for application and license, for application and licensing fees paid for a license application which was rejected and returned. This is for Milat Grocery and Restaurant, license number 119886. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a license class change from Class D Tavern to Class C Tavern. This is for 7 Drum City, license number 116422. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new Class C restaurant with sidewalk cafe and entertainment. This is Ann Pizza, license number 119190. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 12 establishments on this docket. I'm going to read the first 6, and after reading the first 6, I'm going to ask the board to make a motion to approve the first 6. So the first one is Emma Brown for one-day license class F. This is for the annual masquerade ball. This is on January 16th, 2022. The license number is 120271. The second event, it's a request from Derek Bullock. It's for one-day license class G. It's a dinner dance. The date of the event is January 14th, 2022 through January 16th, 2022. It's a 3-day event. The license number is 120227. Number 3 is a request from Jesse B. Rouse. This is for one-day license class G. Hosting neighborhood events as an introduction to community. The date of the event is February 3rd, February 4th, February 5th, February 6th, 2022. The license number is 120273. Number 4 is another request by Jesse B. Rouse. It's a one-day license class G. This is a hosting neighborhood events as an introduction to community. The event dates are February 10th, February 11th, February 12th, February 13th, 2022. The license number is 120272. Number 5 is another request by Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. Again, hosting neighborhood events as an introduction to community. Event dates are February 17th, February 18th, February 19th, February 20th, 2022. The license number is 120274. Number 6 is another request from Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. Hosted neighborhood event as an introduction to immunity. The date of the event is February 24th, February 25th, February 26th, February 27th, 2022. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. All right, number 7. Number 7 is a request from Lindy Promotions. It's the St. Patrick's Irish Crawl. And this is a one-day substantial change for St. Patrick's Irish Crawl. This is on March 12th, 2022. They're asking from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is multiple locations. The license number is 110455. The substantial change number is 22SC00513. This is the DuPont Circle area. They're asking for a maximum of 2,000 participants. I therefore make a motion that we grant 1,000 participants for this event. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I disagree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-2. Number 8. Number 8 is a request from Project DC Events. This is for DC Potter Crawl. This is for a pub crawl one-day substantial change. This event is on April 30th, 2022. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number nine is a request from Project DC Events. This is for the Shamrock Crawl. This is for a pub crawl, 1 day substantial change. This matter was conditionally approved on October 21st, 2021 for 1,000 participants. The request, which was from March the 12th, that they had requested 3,500 participants. I therefore make a motion that the numbers remain at 1,000. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1. Number 10, number 11, and number 12, I'm gonna make a motion and for those three, and they're the same promoters, and I will make a recommendation for the next three. All right. The first one is for Regmo pub crawl with substantial change. It was conditionally approved on December 1st, 2021 for 1,000. I'm gonna do these separate. So the first one is Regmo, number 10, Regmo. It's a pub crawl, one day substantial change. It was previously conditionally approved on December 1st, 2021 for 1,000. This event is February 12th, 2022. The license number is 104072. The substantial change number is 21SC00888. This is for the U Street corridor. He had asked for a minimum of 1,000, a maximum of 2,000. I therefore make a motion that we increase the numbers from 1,000 to 1,500. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, because of public safety, I disagree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis agrees.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1. Number 11 is another request from Regmo. I'm going to do now number 11 and number 12 together. Number 11 is a request from Regmo, the Lucky U Street Patty Bar Crawl for bar crawl, 1 day substantial change. This is for March the 19th, 2022. The license number is 104076. The substantial change number is 22SC00514. This is the U Street corridor. He had asked for a minimum of 1,500, a maximum of 2,000. The next request, a request from Regmo Hip Hop Old School Bar Crawl. This is for bar crawl, 1 day substantial change. The date of the event is March 16th, 2022. He had asked for, the license number is 104076, substantial change number 22SC00515, this U Street corridor. Minimum he'd asked for 1,500, maximum of 2,000. I make a motion that for both events, we approve a maximum amount of 1,500. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I disagree regarding public safety concerns.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Ms. Crockett disagrees.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis agrees.
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Anderson, I agree. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-2. Yes, Ms. Crockett, I recognize the fact that that typically we agreed once a 60-day. Yes, this event is scheduled for April 16th, 2022. And typically, we do not vote on the full amount until the 60-day has expired. But in this particular case, we voted to just give them $1,500. So it appears that there was some confusion, but that's in this particular case, that's what we do. So I appreciate. I hope that I clarify the record, the decision that was made. All right, in that case. So anyway, the matter passed. So on Miss Crockett voted the vote for the event on March 19th, 2022 was 5-1 with Mr. Short in opposition, and the vote on number 12, the Rechmo one-day substantial change for the event on April 16th, 2022 was 4-2 with Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett in disagreement. All right. Let's now move to our licensing administrative docket. On our licensing administrative docket, there are 26 requests. I'm going to read all 26 requests, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that we approve. We issue the license for all these 26 establishments. The first one is Zebra Bar and Grill, license number 079449. They are retailer C Tavern, entertainment endorsement to add dancing. Number 2 is Zebra Bar and Grill, license number 079449. They're retailer C Tavern, rooftop summer garden endorsement application with 32 seats. Number 3, a request from Raza. Raza, license number 116402. They're a retailer C restaurant, letter of request for an off-site storage permit for 2221B Adams Place Northeast. Number 4, a request from Raza Indian Grill, license number 106768. They're retailer C restaurant, letter of request for an off-site storage permit, 2221B Adams Place Northeast. Number 5, a request from Surfside, license number 113253. Their retailer C restaurant, letter of request for an off-site storage permit for the address 2221/B Adams Place Northeast. Number 6, a request from Millie's. The license number 100214, retailer C restaurant, letter of request for an off-site storage permit, 2221B Adams Place Northeast. Number 7, Due South Dockside, license number 097053, retailer C restaurant, letter of request for an off-site storage permit, 2221/B Adams Place Northeast. Number 8, request from Penn Social Little Penn, license number 086808, retailer C Tavern, carryout and delivery endorsement application. Number 9, The Ministry, license number 108087, retailer C Tavern, carryout and delivery endorsement application. Number 10, 12 after 12, license number 117238, Retailer C Nightclub Summer Garden application to increase from 37 to 101 seats. Number 11, The Saloon, license number 071086, Retailer C Tavern Entertainment endorsement application. Number 12 is a request from Michael K. Robinson. This is for an personal importation permit application. The license number is 22 IMP 00001. Number 13, a request from Benmore Liquors, license number 072334, their retailer, a liquor store change of office application to add Eden Y. Mess Fund as Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer. Number 14, a request from La Libertad Restaurant, license number 070773, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is The Bull Bar and Grill. Number 15, a request from Philomito, PHILOTIMO. Excuse me, the license number is 112439, a Retailer C Restaurant. Letter of request to remove Officer Sortis Barfitz as a member. Number 16, a request from Han Place, license number 119670, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, a request from Han Place, license number 119674, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 18, District Alley, license number 119080, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, Juicy King Crab Express, license number 119709, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, a request from Barteco Mount Vernon, license number 119567, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, The Sage Theater, license number 119749, Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility, new ABC license application. Number 22, Toast Q, license number 119740, new Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 23, it's AC Hotel Washington, D.C. Navy Yard, South Capitol Street, license number 119796, Retailer C Restaurant. Could everyone please mute their phone, please? Retailer C Hotel, new ABC license application. Number 24, AC Hotel Washington, D.C. Navy Yard, South Capitol Street, license number 119796, Retailer 25%, Retailer B 25%, new ABC license application. Number 25, Cafe Unido, license number 119297, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 26, Sip Wine and Spirits, license number 119777, their Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. I there make a motion that ABC Board grants these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the day. We've ended our calendar for the day. And so therefore, let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on January 26, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for January 26, 2022, as published in the DC Register on January 21st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote in the motion. Before us now that it has been second, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Raji Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members for their participation. I would also like to thank members of the public who participated in our hearing today. I now direct all board members to return to executive sessions for further development. Thank you very much, and we're adjourned.